Good morning. The Hearing Board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District is in session. It is Thursday, July 13th. We are meeting in the Hearing Board room at Diamond Bar. The time is about 9:02 a.m. We have one case on calendar today. That is the SCAQMD versus Carlton Forge Works, case number 6086-1. Who is representing the AQMD today?
Good morning, Daphne Seifert, Executive Office, and Nancy Feldman.
Thank you. And who is representing Carlton Forge Works?
Tom Wood for Carlton Forge Works.
Thank you. I have a few announcements that I have to give today. First of all, first, please familiarize yourselves with the emergency procedures that is on the slide that you'll see above my head. Also, Spanish translation is available in conference room CC2, and headsets are available outside the hearing room.
Traducción de esta audiencia está disponible en el auditorio CC2.
Thank you. There's overflow seating in conference room CC6, and if you wish to testify as the clerk had instructed, if you're first of all, there are cards in the back of the room. Please fill one out. If you're in an overflow room, please indicate overflow on your cards so that additional time may be given to allow you to reach the podium in the hearing room. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of the hearing today is to consider the petition of the AQMD for an order for abatement against Carlton Forge Works. In particular, we have received a proposed stipulated order of abatement, which means that the parties have agreed upon conditions that they want this hearing board to consider today. I believe that there are copies that were made available outside of the hearing room, and if you have not received a copy and you want one, they should be on the table outside of the hearing room. The Air District is asking this board to issue an order to require Carlton Forge to refrain from operating in a way that violates district rules or in the alternative, to limit its operations until they prepare and implement a comprehensive odor plan and evaluate additional air pollution controls at the facility. In a short while, the district will give an opening statement. As part of that, they will provide a summary of their request and the evidence it expects to present to support their request. Carlton Forge will then give their opening statement explaining their position. Now I want to just briefly explain who the district is and who we are for those of you who have not been before us. The Air Quality Management District, also known as the AQMD, is the air pollution control agency for all of Orange County and the urban portions of Los Angeles, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. It is authorized by state law to adopt air pollution control regulations, issue permits, inspect air pollution sources, and enforce the air pollution rules and regulations. It is the enforcement agency for air pollution regulations. This 5-member hearing board that you see before you is not part of the Air Quality District. We are a separate, independent, quasi-judicial body. The hearing board was established by state law, and it is comprised of 1 medical doctor, 1 attorney, 1 engineer, and 2 general public members who have special expertise and are knowledgeable in air pollution control. The hearing board is authorized by state law to, among other things, issue orders for abatement. Sorry, I am missing my... No, I don't have it. Okay, I'll wing it. Order for abatement would be, as I had explained before, an order to either stop violating air pollution control laws or to, as in this case, which is a stipulated order for abatement, to undertake conditions. Today we are here to allow the hearing to begin, but also to allow members of the public to testify before the hearing board today. So to that end, as was mentioned before, there are yellow speaker cards at the back of the room. Please fill them out. They ask you to indicate your name and your address And that is helpful for us to know your name and your address for the record. However, you are not required to give your name and address, and you may still address the board regardless of whether you want to do that or not. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. We ask that you limit your testimony to that which is relevant. And by that, what we mean is anything that is within your own anything that is within your own experience, and anything that addresses the stipulated order for abatement, which again is available outside of the room. We are not the type of hearing board you may have been before in the past. We are not like a city council. We are not an administrative body. We are a quasi-judicial board, and as such, we take every member of the public and every person who comes before us under oath, and we take them as evidence, and we consider that evidence. Today, we're going to hear the opening statements of both sides. We'll hear from you, and then if we get to it, we will deliberate in front of everyone in public, because our hearings are public hearings. With that said, we're going to start the hearing. We'll start with Ms. Sue. Ms. Sue, do you have any preliminary matters before we begin?
I did have a couple of corrections to the proposed order, just more typographical. On page 3, line 1, instead of June 6th, it should say April 27th. And on page 3, also page 3, line 1, the notice to comply number should be E38364. I'm sorry, which page was that? Page 3, line 1.
Thank you.
So June 6th should read April 27th, and the notice to comply number should be E38364.
Thank you. Any other?
What was that? The notice to comply number should be E38364.
Thank you, Ms. Sue. Any other preliminary matters?
We will have exhibits at a later point in time, but we will have them prepared after the public testimony is done.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wood, any preliminary matters?
No, none.
Okay. Then first I'm going to ask if everybody who wishes to testify today could please rise to be sworn in, and that includes all members of the public who wish to testify today. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Ms. Sue, your opening.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. The district has received more than 200 odor complaints against Carlton Forge since December. These complaints have come from nearby residents and teachers at a local elementary school. The district has traced these odors back to Carlton Forge, specifically to its grinding room. Carlton Forge manufactures parts for aerospace, commercial and nuclear industries using several metal alloys. It cuts, forges, grinds, and blasts metals at its facility in Paramount, California. The facility has made improvements to its facility prior to December, but the odors persist. We are here for a stipulated order for abatement to require Carlton Forge to address these odors coming from its facility, impacting the nearby community. The petition for order for abatement initially also addressed Rule 2012, its failure to monitor its gas fuel lines. This has since been addressed and is we no longer require Carlton Forge to take any steps with regards to this rule. The proposed order is focused solely on the public odor nuisance. This order is expected to provide immediate relief to the nearby community. The order requires Carlton Forge to stop grinding materials from 3 to 5 p.m. until an odor-reducing measure is implemented. This time period is focused on when the district receives the most odor complaints against Carlton Forge. It also requires Carlton Forge to look at the problem globally. Within 7 days of the issuance of the order, it will require Carlton Forge to identify potential sources and remedial actions to eliminate them. In addition, it requires Carlton Forge to look at specific things it may be able to do to address these odors. One, it requires Carlton Forge to look at whether its grinding wheels contribute to the odor and whether alternatives to the grinding wheels can be used. It also requires the facility to analyze the feasibility of installing additional controls on backhouses located at the grinding room. If indeed either of these measures would help eliminate the odor, after installing these measures, Carlton Forge will be required to retain an independent environmental observer to assess the success of these measures. The district shall approve the scope of work and will have the opportunity to accompany the observer. The proposed order also sets a return hearing date for Carlton Forge and the parties to provide the hearing board with an update, and also allows the parties to seek a modification of the order if necessary. We believe the proposed order will address the odor nuisance systematically and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sue. Mr. Wood, your opening.
Thank you. Chair Prusak, members of the board, we're here today before you to be able to discuss a stipulated order for abatement and present it to you for your consideration related to Carlton Forge Works, which is a forge that has been an important part of the Paramount community since 1929. The stipulated order is consistent, we believe, with the company's long-standing collaboration with the Air District and also with Carlton Forge's commitment to continuous improvement. Today, you'll hear from two witnesses who will testify to the history of Carlton Forge working with the Air District and working to address concerns of its neighbors. They'll tell you firsthand about the company's spirit to proactively address issues. This includes a substantial investment in control upgrades in 2014 and 2015, and it's worth noting these control upgrades in 2014 and 2015 to their grind building that Ms. Sue mentioned were actually the basis then and adopted by the district as the role model for other forging facilities and their recently adopted forge grinding operation rule. So the witnesses will tell you also in terms of more recently implemented additional control measures, and finally they'll talk to you about why they're confident that these measures in the proposed stipulated order will address the neighbors' concerns and address the district's concerns about the facility. Now, I do want to say we do not believe that Carlton Forge has violated the prohibition on nuisance, but we also feel like that is beside the point. We've got concerns that have been raised by the district, we've got concerns that have been raised by the neighbors, and we feel like the appropriate thing to do is to be before you today and find a way to be able to memorialize the company's commitments and to be able to demonstrate how it's addressing its neighbors' concerns and how it's continuing to set the standard for emission controls in its industry. We think the stipulated order for abatement is a very good means of memorializing quite publicly the company's commitment and making clear to the community as well as yourself and the district all that the company is doing. For that reason, after hearing the testimony today that we'll present, we hope that the board votes to adopt the stipulated order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. I'm going to stop at this moment just to ask Ms. Sue, Mr. Wood, as you know, we had a preliminary hearing, and at that hearing, the parties represented that you would not be ready today to present your case given the subpoena and how the documents were being produced. Obviously, things have changed. We now have a stipulated order, and I see that you have brought witnesses. So can you please let us know how, or let me know how you would like to proceed?
If after public testimony, if we could take a short break and the other party and myself, we could speak briefly about the order of the witnesses, that would be helpful.
Okay, but you're planning to go forward today, and the hope is to possibly complete the hearing today?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, then we will take public testimony. And just for those who are now joining us who weren't here previously, if you wish to speak to the board today, there are these yellow speaker cards located at the back of the room. Please make sure to fill one out and leave it for the clerk. You will have, regular members of the public will have 3 minutes to speak, The timer should be right in front of me. Please stick to that. You're going to come, when I call your name, come to this podium here. Make sure that the microphone is on. I'm going to instruct each witness to please state your name if you wish to give your name on the record. Spell it for the record. We keep an audio recording of all hearings, so please state and spell your name for the record, and please indicate for the record whether you were here when I administered the oath and whether you took the oath today. And I'm going to start with elected officials, and elected officials will receive 5 minutes each. So I'm going to begin with the Vice Mayor of the City of Paramount, Ms. Diane Martinez. Ms. Martinez, were you here when I administered the oath? Okay, thank you.
Martinez, D-I-A-N-E-M-A-R. Diane Martinez, D-I-A-N-E-M-A-R-T-I-N-E-Z, 15132 Virginia, City of Paramount. Good morning, Chairwoman Prusak and hearing board members. My name is Diane Martinez, and I am the Vice Mayor of the City of Paramount. Our Mayor, Peggy Lemon, sends her regrets. She wanted very much to speak on this issue today, but a close family member is having a medical procedure, and she needed to be there. In her place, I want to thank you for the opportunity to represent the Paramount City Council and our entire community regarding the order of abatement. Since December of last year, SCAQMD has received nearly 200 complaints from our residents about odors apparently coming from Carlton Forge Works. These have included complaints from individuals at Lincoln Elementary School, located a few blocks from the facility. Since that same time, SCAQMD has issued 17 notices of violation to Carlton Forge for nuisance odors, in violation of the agency's Rule 402. SCAQMD inspectors have traced the odors to the facility's grinding room and other areas. In addition, the agency issued a violation notice to Carlton Forge on May 5th for failure to monitor natural gas fuel lines. These odors, unfortunately, have continued and led to this hearing. On a positive note, as Executive Officer Ray Nastry has stated, Carlton Forge Works has made changes to its operation and has been working with regulators to identify the sources. They have stopped outdoor grinding, sealed their grinding building, and installed high-efficiency air filters. And now we have heard they have agreed to the order of abatement and will follow the stipulated actions. We appreciate all of this very much, but at this point, the problem has not been eliminated. There is much that needs to be done. We fully expect Carlton Forge to be more proactive and move quickly and work hard to gain the trust of our community. The city continues to work cooperatively with SCAQMD wherever possible, and we know the order of abatement will benefit our community. If nothing else, SQMD has consistently been very tenacious in Paramount. Our confidence in their process and their experts is secure. We wholeheartedly support this enforcement action and the hearing board's efforts, and we expect the results will produce a long-lasting and positive outcome. As the Vice Mayor of Paramount, here to represent everyone in my city, I cannot emphasize enough how much we rely on you when it comes to protecting our environment. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask if anyone has any questions for you. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions?
No, thank you for your testimony. No questions.
No questions.
Any members of the board have any questions? No. Dr. Lerner. I'm sorry, Ms. Martinez. I'm sorry. If you don't mind coming back, sometimes the members of the board may have some questions.
You've heard about the violations and you've heard about the complaints of odor. Is it your experience since this was first brought to the attention of the community, and you say that Paramount is working, the company is working to improve things, has there been any tapering off that you might have heard hearsay or know for a fact, tapering in the frequency of complaints since they have made efforts to improve the situation for you?
They have made efforts to improve, and at our city council meetings, we have had our residents come before us, and they're grateful for what Carlton Forge Work is doing to eliminate the odor. But we also have some residents that come before us. They're continuing to, are concerned to hear, smell the odors in their neighborhood. So the odor is continuing. We're continuing to have our residents come before us and complain about Carlton Forge's odors.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Senator has a question. Ms. Martinez. Sorry. Senator has a question.
Mayor
Yes,
Martinez.
I'm sorry.
Martinez, right?
Yes, Diane Martinez.
How long have you served in the city council?
How many years? I've served on 23 years.
23 years. I'm sure you received a lot of complaints from your constituents.
I'll be honest with you, Senator. I've served on the city council for 23 years, and I have not had any residents come before the council to complain about Carlton Forge. I know in 2013, we did have a constituent come before us and share information regarding the odor coming from that area of the city. And AQMD did work with, it was Carlton Forge, and did work with them. And back then, everything was fine. And then in this past November, it came before us that there was a spike in the emissions coming from that area.
In your
And so
city,
since November, we've had people, constituents come before us and complain.
since December,
Yes, November, I think November.
November, your city, do you issue a conditional use permit for them to operate in your city?
Yes, we do.
And those conditions are continuously met by Carlton Forge?
Yes, yes, and I know at that facility, it's Southern California Air Quality Permit. They issue the permit as well as the city.
And those, are they monitored by the city at all, or just by AQMD?
They're monitored by SCAQMD. And correct me if I'm wrong, staff and the city as well.
This facility was aggravating the environment near the elementary school, is that not correct? And there have been no complaints to your city council, since they've been operating since 1929 at that school?
There was complaints in 2013 from a teacher, and that was addressed. And then in November of 2016, it came before us again because of the SCAQMD placed monitors in that area, and there was a spike in the chromium-6. And since November 2016, we have been working closely with the businesses, and SCAQMD and the city's been working together.
So there were no verified complaints until AQMD took the initiative to install monitors. Is that what you're saying?
Well, there was, yes, there was complaints before us, yes. But when the spike, the emission was spiked in 2016, I believe that's when SCAQMD started to work closely with the businesses.
So to your knowledge, have there been any increase in illnesses as a result of this operation?
Yeah, we have had our constituent come before us and stated that cancer, that people have lung cancer, throat cancer.
That's rather alarming. And what action did the city council take at that time, if any at all, when you got those kind of complaints relating to health?
Well, the city council, we didn't sit. We were proactive in working with SQMD and with the businesses. And
you heard the respondents state that they're not admitting to any guilt, or as you want to use that term, that Carlton Forge caused this problem. They're not admitting that the problem is caused by Carlton Forge.
a person
Is there a
getting
question,
cancer-
Senator?
Pardon?
Senator,
I'm wondering if there's a question in that.
That's the question.
Okay, so a person getting cancer, if you're asking me if it's, I feel it's from Carlton Forge, it may be, I don't know, I'm not a doctor. My brother-in-law just passed away 3 months ago of cancer and lived in Downey. So I don't know if I can honestly state that a person getting cancer, it's come from Carlton Forge.
One final question for me. There are other elected officials representing Paramount,
Yes.
supervisors, state assemblymen, and so on. Have they notified you or the mayor's office regarding complaints that they have received?
I'm sorry,
There are other elected officials representing Paramount.
yes.
Have they notified you or any other members of the city council about complaints that they received from their constituents?
No.
That the speaker hasn't, the supervisors have not?
Yeah, the speaker did contact us, yes.
What's the content of his complaint?
Well, he was receiving calls these past few months regarding the odors from the various businesses.
What was your response to the speaker?
Our response was from the speaker that we shared information with him, what we're doing to eliminate the odors, how we brought in, the city brought in air filters and working with the businesses to order of abatement or to shut down
Oh,
their
the
business.
city council brought in these filters,
Yes,
but the company did not.
I'm sorry.
Senator, I'm afraid we're going far afield of the hearing for today. Do you have any other questions?
I thought it was on point, but maybe it's not.
Just for,
Okay, thank you.
well, thank you, Ms. Martinez. I'm going to call Lori Gillen, who I don't have written down what elected official, but I understand that she also is an elected official. But before, Ms. Gillen, before you speak, I want to remind everyone, since the room is becoming quite full, that there is overflow seating in CC6. If you go outside, you will be directed towards where CC6 is. So you can watch the hearing from in there as well. Ms. Gillen, can you state your name and
Yes, and I
spell
did
it?
take the oath. So my name is Lori, Laurie, Guillen, Guillen, and I am a city council member for the city of Paramount.
Thank you.
I didn't write that down on my card because I'm here to represent my community as a person who lives there, and I represent family, friends, and my community. I just happen to also be a council member, and I ran on the issues of concern that concern our community. So as we've discussed in hearings before as it pertained to Chromium-6, this isn't about Chromium-6, this is about doing the right thing, like being a good neighbor and stop being a nuisance. We talk about being proactive. I'll address those issues in a minute. We're here today to discuss odors, as we've seen in the past, that when these companies have spewed toxins in the past, after complaints, then they finally put stacks. They talk about being here since 1929, but it wasn't until about 2012 or 13 or right about that time that they finally put stacks to take the toxins and send them up as opposed to them just looming in the community. So when we talk about being good neighbors since 1929 and we're barely seeing things happening now, that's not a good neighbor. It's not being a good neighbor when you have to constantly be told, hey, we're concerned about the toxins. Hey, we're concerned about the smell. Being a good neighbor means you're proactive, and when you smell it, you become proactive and say, hey, we've been in the city since 1929, and we're in a community where residents are basically living across the street. Then that's being proactive when you do something and you take it upon yourself first. So I just wanted to make that clear. We're here today to discuss odors, but in the past, there's been issues of toxins. So putting out odors in the air with disregard for the community, it goes beyond just those issues at hand. When we look at companies that spew toxins, put out odors, we also know that there's Cal OSHA violations, like we've seen in the paper lately about other industry that we've been holding accountable, and they have major Cal OSHA violations. It's not just about the community, it's about the employees as well. Community has to live in it, but the employees have to work there and deal with the same issues. We're talking about safety issues of the road. So when we're talking about odors, It's not just odors, Carlton Forge. It's about the fact that you've taken over parks to expand since 1929, and you've taken over the south side of Jefferson, and you have these big trucks that go back and forth, big rings, and kids have to ride their bikes and wait for you to pass. No safety flag to say, hey, truck with this big, huge metal ring crossing the street, let's stop it so the kids can go by. That's being proactive. When you have somebody that looks and says, hey, we've got some issues here, we're in the midst of a community, let's be proactive, let's get a safety flag. So the proactive stuff isn't holding true for me. So at the very least, board, let's hold Carlton Forge responsible today to make sure that they're being regulated and held to a stipulated order, if that's what they've agreed to make sure that these odors stop. Employees of Carlton Forge should not exit their forklifts and approach neighbors and get off in a combative stance and say, I know what you're doing, referring to phone calls that the community has made to the AQMD. As an advocate, I receive many phone calls of the community complaints. So when you ask about complaints, I get the complaints. I get the complaints from the Hispanic community who doesn't want to call a government agency. And I say, you need to call 1-800-CUT-SMOG. And they say, no, we don't, you do. And I appreciate the fact that they have the confidence in me, but I continue to urge them to call. But simply because all these calls are not being made does not mean that they don't smell and they don't smell these odors that affect their quality of life. If the issue of reduced number of phone calls has become an issue as a defense, please note, it's not that the odors have stopped or lessened, but it's indicative that the community is being worn down. Over 190 to 200 phone calls since, I believe, January equaled about 18 notices of violation. This quality of life issue takes a toll both on their health and emotionally. So when I talk about being reactive and not proactive, these are the things I'm talking about. The stacks that they put in 2014 after 1929. If that were the case and they were being proactive, we wouldn't be here today. When we talk about quality life issues, we're talking about breathing issues, eye burning, windows closed during this heat, these heat waves, and people have to close the windows. And yeah, it's paramount. Poor community, no air conditioners, so they're sweating in their houses because they have to close the windows because of the air toxins.
I believe your time is up.
Any
I'm
questions?
sorry. I thought it beeped when it's time. Okay, thank you. But there might be questions for you, so hold on one moment. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions for Ms. Gillen?
Thank you for your testimony. No questions for me.
Mr. Wood, any questions?
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Gillen, for your testimony. Have you seen the proposed stipulated order for abatement? Have you had an opportunity to look at that?
I haven't seen it. I only was able to read about it because it was posted somewhere. So I read that there was some type of agreement, but to have details of the agreement, I don't know.
Okay. Are you in favor generally of the idea of there being enforceable requirements then in an order for abatement applicable to Carlton Forge related to odor?
If they are going to be regulated, yes. What those stipulated issues are, I'm not aware of, so I can't really say one way or the other.
But you're in favor of the general idea of having an order for abatement?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Before I get to board member questions, that raises an issue. I wanted to make sure to remind everyone that there are copies of the stipulated order that is proposed outside. So if you have an opportunity, if you have not reviewed it yet, please go ahead and do that, because the most relevant evidence and the most relevant testimony would address the stipulated order and also your experience, your own personal experience. Are there any questions for this witness? Ms. Bird?
You mentioned that you receive a number of calls, and I was wondering, what do you do with those calls, that information that you have received? Have you referred that to the district, or how?
Yes, I have both.
Okay.
I mean, if it's at 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm getting instant messages that say, hey, it smells really bad right now, On occasion, have I gotten up at 1 o'clock in the morning to go smell, and if I smell it, I'll call AQMD myself. But I don't always feel like getting out of bed at 1 o'clock in the morning after having to do that for 30 years as far as my career getting called out. So I don't always get up at 1 o'clock in the morning to do it, but when I have called. But I do encourage the community to continue to call when they tell me, but we've been calling since November, December. And the reason why the calls started coming in around November, December is because the community was enlightened about call 1-800-CUT-SMOG. Previous to that, they didn't really know where to call. Sometimes they'd call the fire department, sometimes they'd call City Hall. But it wasn't until the fact that we were aware of the chromium-6 and the community was told, you need to call 1-800-CUT-SMOG when you have concerns. That's why the numbers started increasing. But then at some point they started decreasing because they felt like after all these calls, what happens is you have to have 6 complaints and they have to be able to follow it back to where it's coming from, and you have to be able to, the AQMD person has to smell what you smell, trace it back to the facility. So yes, there were 19 notices of violation, and that's a lot, but it doesn't compare to the number of phone calls that were called when AQMD would come out and say, oh, we don't smell it, or oh, we couldn't trace it back. The community knows where it's coming from because we've traced it back ourselves. But, so what do I do? Your question was, what do I do? I'll either call myself or refer them to call.
Okay. And then just as a follow-up with the complaints that you have received, have you noticed any congregation around a certain time of day? And just, if you have, that's fine. If you haven't.
I have.
And what time would that be?
Different hours of the day. 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock.
A.m.?
And then
P.m., which?
PM.
Okay, 5 and 6.
And then there's times where it seems like maybe production increases, and sometimes it's over the weekend, and then sometimes late at night, 12, 1 o'clock. So it changes. After the community starts saying, hey, at 5 o'clock, be ready to call AQMD when it starts, then it changes, and then it's 1 o'clock or a different time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Camarena?
You mentioned that you believe that there's a certain segment of the population of the community that may complain to you but tends not to complain to a government agency. Would you elaborate on that?
Paramount is unique. We have, my family alone has been there almost as long as Carlton Forge, a long, long time. We're a family of Mexican Americans, but Paramount has changed. In 1957, it became Paramount. We merged with Clearwater and Hines to make the city of Paramount. Since 1957, the demographics of Paramount has changed, where it's predominantly Latino, not necessarily Mexican American, but sometimes immigrants that have come into the community who, under this current administration, fear the government. So they don't want to call. The last person they want to call, sometimes they don't even want to go to a town hall meeting because they see police cars parked in front of the location, and they don't even want to go into a town hall. So they're reluctant to call. One person specifically told me, Lori, I need you to call, but I'm in the process of getting my citizenship, and then I'll call for myself.
Thank you.
I had just a couple of questions for you. Did you mention how close you live to Carlton Forge Works?
I didn't mention how close I live, but I'll tell you, my parents and I grew up 2 blocks west of Carlton Forge. We had a family business that was established in the 1930s called Gian's Market, where my father had 13 siblings. So they all lived in that area and still live in that area. I live about a mile away.
About a mile
east.
away. Okay. So, and you yourself have called in complaints? And
Yeah,
you
I
think-
still go visit my mom, and my son lives with my mom. So when I go to visit, I smell it. I like to walk from my house to their house. When I walk past Carlton Forge, I don't walk past Carlton Forge anymore. Now I drive specifically. A lot of times I want to take walks with my 5-month-old granddaughter, who I refuse to expose to those toxins. So I don't do it, but I'm
you
there on a
personally
daily
are
basis.
experiencing the...
On a daily basis.
Thank you. Senator, you have questions?
Did I understand you say that some of the people who would like to register a complaint did in fact call City Hall?
In the past, like in 2013 and before that, when they didn't know about the AQMD. I know personally that I have friends who have lived in that neighborhood who had said, hey, who do we call? And so they would call City Hall.
I have to make a decision here which way I'm going to go, so I've heard the vice mayor say they get very few or no telephone call complaints.
The complaints might not have come directly to her, and maybe she was not made aware of them. I'm going off my constituents, my community, my family, my friends who live there that I'm very plugged into, who have told me, and you will hear testimony from them today, that they had called City Hall.
And then when you receive those complaints, what do? Do you share that with the other members of the city council?
Boy, do I.
You do share that with you?
I do.
Okay, and what kind of corrective action they recommend, if any at all?
Well, I believe that the thought process is that the AQMD is on it, they're handling it, and they're working closely with the AQMD to make sure that the issues are being handled.
I believe you were here once before. Are you a police officer
Yes, I am.
currently?
Yes.
They're not, well, you were saying that when they see the police cars outside, they don't want to come to those various meetings.
The police cars were parked in front of a town hall meeting on the sidewalk as if there was something going on inside. We asked them to park the police cars in a normal manner, in which they did without any issues, just to reassure the community it was not about any type of enforcement, but more of an educational type town hall meeting. But to speak on behalf of the police department, they were requested to be here to be there that day because AQMD had been receiving some threats and some unruly community members from other decisions that they had made from the Tesoro Canyon, not to do with Paramount. So at that specific town hall meeting, they had requested police in case somebody else came from other communities into Paramount.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you for your testimony. Okay, I'm going to start calling 3 at a time, but just so that you know when you're going to be speaking, so we can move this along as quickly as possible. These are members of the public, so you'll be given 3 minutes to speak. So we're going to start with Joe Arias, then Damon Honoren, sorry if I can't pronounce your name or read it, Gracie Diaz. So starting with Joe Arias. Is Joe here? Thank you. If you can start, if you wish, with your name, spelling your name for the record, and then stating for the record whether you took the oath this morning.
Okay. Do I have to press this mic? Sorry? Do I have to press the mic?
You are you on?
Okay.
You're on.
Joe Arias, Joarias. Yes, I did take the oath.
Thank you. You can go ahead.
I have lived across the street from Carlton Forge since 2004. And I had smelled the odor. I get terrible headaches. I get nosebleeds. I get sore throats, hard to breathe. I have asthma. Also, I have called South Coast to come down because I smell the odor. And South Coast would come down. A manager would come down and told me that he did smell the odor, and went to Carlton Forge and told Carlton Forge that there is an odor. And Carlton Forge says, well, they will go ahead and close the door. What door they close, I don't know. But that odor has been going on every day for years. And my parents moved to Paramount in 1940. So I have lived in Paramount for quite some time, off and on. But I've been a permanent resident right now since 2004 or 2005. And that odor is getting worse. It's every day. and you can really smell it. I can't go outside. I have to close my doors, close my windows, and also you can dust one day, 2 days later, there's dust again. All the time. And that's not good. And when that odor hits you, you can feel it going down into your lungs. And even the inspector that comes down, when he smells it, it also goes down his lungs too, and he's, oh my goodness. My brother-in-law came in from Texas, and he had to leave my house because he could not take the odor. He had to go visit a friend. And that's how bad it's getting. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions?
Thank you for your testimony. How close do you live to Carlton Forge?
About 25 feet, 30
Okay.
feet.
And are you west of Carlton Forge, east, north, south? Where in relation are you to Carlton Forge?
I'm east of Carlton Forge.
Okay. And how long do the odors typically last when you first detect the odor?
It's hard to say. Sometimes it lasts for hours, but I'm not going to sit out there and, smell it all day.
So you mentioned sometimes not going outside because of the odors. Has it impacted your life in other ways?
Oh, yes.
Can you tell us how it has impacted your life in these
Well,
other
you
ways?
can't you can't go outside. Can't do nothing outside. Can't enjoy the weather because of the odor. It smells, it burns your eyes, burns your nose. I have nosebleeds. My eyes water every night and every morning, every day. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood, any questions?
No questions.
Board members? Ms. Byrd?
You made reference to when the district came out after calling, that they also smelled the odor. Was that recent that you're
Yes.
referring to? And what month or?
It was the latter part of June,
Okay,
just before the 4th of July.
okay, so there was a confirmed complaint when the district came out in June, and you were aware of that.
Yes, he called and told me.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Lerner?
Ms. Arias?
Yes.
Thank you for your testimony. Being a doctor, I'm going to ask you sort of some medical questions. Your worst symptom seems to be what? Besides the smell, how does it make you feel? Just describe it as you feel it.
Sometimes you get dizzy. You have to get lightheaded. Your throat burns, and you want to just run into the house and close the door.
Okay. Do you get nauseated?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had such significant nausea that you've actually thrown up?
No.
Have you had any diarrhea?
No.
Have you had cough?
Yes.
Has the cough been severe enough that you sought medical attention?
No.
Are you currently taking any medications for any of these symptoms that you had? You mentioned other ones in your testimony before this question, like your burning eyes, your nose. Did you take any medication to alleviate that or to prevent it?
No.
Okay. Okay. Have you had any problems with arthritis recently or in the past few years?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. It's very informative.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Arias, oh, sorry, I had a question for you. Is there any particular time of day that you notice odors?
Yes, in the afternoon, about between 3, 4, 5 o'clock.
And has that been consistent?
Yes.
Okay. And you do not smell those odors at other times of the day?
I usually don't go out in the mornings. I won't go out there and smell it.
So is it that you notice those odors because that's the time of day you tend to be outside?
Well, I like to go outside and get some fresh air, or, even in the mornings, about 10 o'clock.
When you have been outside at other times of day, have you ever noticed the odors?
Yes,
You have?
yes.
Okay, so it's not always 3 to 5. Sometimes it
No,
is
no,
other times of day.
It's other times of the day. Sometimes it's all day.
Thank you. Any other? Mr.
Ms.
Camarena?
Yes, Ms. Arias, do you have opportunity to leave the area for any period of time? And if so, during that time, do any of these symptoms you described to the doctor go away?
Well, yes, they do go away.
Which ones?
Like the nosebleed will go away. The tear in the eyes don't seem to go away. The headaches, you just take a couple of aspirins for it, and that will go away. Or lay down, that helps. And keep the doors closed and the windows closed.
The dizziness goes away when you leave
Pardon?
the area? The dizziness goes away when you leave the area?
The dizziness.
Yes. I believe you testified that you get dizzy when you smell the odors?
Well, I'll just sit down or go in the house and don't go outside. That seems to help.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Senator?
I'm hearing that because of the odor, it's affecting your quality of life. Do I hear that correctly?
Yes.
And I'm asking this next question for a specific reason, so don't be offended by it. Do you ever think of relocating out of the area?
Well, yes, you just can't get up and move.
I understand that. That's what I want to hear you say, if that's the real reason. You just can't get up and move. And your neighbors, have you known of them relocating or trying to get up and move? Or are they just stuck there?
Where the block that I'm on is just my family. We own duplexes, and there's another factory, and there's other homes. Other than that, it's all industrial.
What about some of your neighbors? Have they complained, they shared with you the kind of complaints, physical complaints, or
Yes.
health complaints that they've had?
Yes.
Such as the bleeding nose and sore throats and burning eyes and the odor itself?
Yes.
They shared that with you?
Yes. We also have, some of them has COPD, asthma. I also have asthma.
It's terrible. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Dr. Lerner had another question.
I don't think it's been entered in testimony, and perhaps it has been someplace. Do you have any smells on the weekends or holidays? Do the odors change on weekends or holidays when the factory might be closed?
Basically, the factory's never closed.
Okay, that's what I wasn't sure of. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
It's never closed.
So you're saying that the smells are basically continuous but vary from time to time and day to day?
Correct.
Thank you.
I think the factory's open 24/7.
Thank you, appreciate your,
Thank you, Ms. Arias. Damon Hannaran? Please make sure to state your name and spell it for the record, and also indicate whether you did take the oath today.
Okay. My name is Damon, D-A-M-O-N, last is H-O-N-A-K-E-R, and yes, I took the oath. I live at 15318 Vermont Avenue, Paramount. And I'm here today because
I'm
Carlton
sorry,
Ford-
did you take the oath today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Carlton Forge, I've had, the smell's been going on since about 2012, 2013. I've been calling about it. I notified our city official, former Mayor Hoffmeyer, and our former Mayor Lemons about it. She said she's never smelled anything within the past 20 years of her life, which I don't believe. But the smell's been getting worse. It's getting worse on and on. Last month, or the month before, I've been hospitalized in the emergency room 3 times for the smell. It's actually made me, like you said, it's made me nauseous. It's made me sometimes where I've been outside and I actually gagged. I can't be, got me to my knees at one time. at night, but mostly the smell is coming between 2 and 5 in the afternoon. When I went to the emergency room, I've been there so much that my pulmonary doctors asked me if I could move. I can't just get up and move. I live with my family. We have a duplex. It's all of our family members. They can't get up and move. They're on disability. Where we're going to go, I don't know. We're 4 houses on an industrial location across the street, about 25 feet from Carlton Forge. We get this smell. At nighttime, when they do their grinding, you can actually see the dust of the grind between the street lights coming over. They put halo or like stacks higher, just makes it go higher, but it still comes down. There's like a wind current that brings it right over to our house. We have family members that have gotten sick. My mother lives there. She's gotten sick. She had to be hospitalized for the smell. She's come down with COPD. She's like me. I'm on 3 inhalers. Another kind of medicine I have to take a nebulizer 3 times a day just to breathe daily. And this hasn't happened since I moved back in because I got hit by a car, and they had to help me. And all of a sudden, I've gotten worse. It seems like it's getting worse and worse. All these people come down. I had a SCAQMD person come down, investigator. For 2 weeks straight, between 2 and 5, he's come down there and he smelled it, traced it, located it. And I go, what's going to be done? He goes, nothing we can do. I'm just here to investigate. I go, there's been no fines, no nothing. It's been done. All of a sudden, oh, yeah, we got it. Thanks, bye. Something's got to be done because we can't keep going on this way. I get, like I said, nauseous. My relative came from Texas to visit. He actually physically said, I can't stand this. I got to go. And we can't go outside to have a barbecue because the smell just ruins everything. Can't go outside to do gardening, and relatives get sick. There's no sense for this. All they have to do is just do what's right. And do what the public asks. I mean, they're a big company. No one wants to go against them because they say, oh, they got deep pockets. They got the money. They can do whatever they want. And it's like we're hitting a wall right now, and we hope that you guys will do something for it because we can't keep going on. And that's about it.
Thank you. Any questions for the witness, Ms. Sue?
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a few questions. I also want to alert the hearing board that Councilmember Lori Gillian has, I think, an opportunity to review the proposed order and has further comment if you would like to call her back up.
We can do that, yes.
Thank you. Thank you again. A few questions. How often do you detect these odors, which you attribute to Carlton Forge?
Right now, they're every day.
Okay.
Every day. Sometimes it's like 6 in the morning, but every day you can set your watch. It starts between 2 and 3. You can almost set your watch to it.
Okay. And you mentioned your address is on Vermont Avenue. How far away is your residence from Carlton Forge?
I'm right across the street from where they're grinding room, so about 25, 50 feet.
And about how often have you made complaints to the Air Quality Management District?
Oh, every time I smell it. Every time I smell it, I make a call. Before that, I went to the city official because before I knew about calling the 1-800 number, I went to a city official and they said, oh, don't worry about it.
Okay. And how long do these odors generally last when you detect them?
Sometimes they come in waves. You get a real strong hit and then it's fine. Then about 2 minutes later, a strong hit again. And that lasts for, it go from 2 to 3 on to like 9, 10, 11, 12 at night.
Okay. And how long have you lived at your residence?
I've been there since 2007, since I got in an accident. So I've been there but my family lives there. They've been there since the 40s.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Wood, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Board members, any questions? I had one. You mentioned that mostly, tell me if I have this right, you are, it's the worst between 2 and 5 p.m.?
Right now,
Is that your
yes,
testimony?
right now.
Right now?
Yes.
When did that change?
It happens like in the middle of the year and towards the end of the year. It seems like production increases and you get to smell more. Right now it's kind of like tapered off, but it's still between the times of between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, and it goes on till sometimes 8 or 9 at night. There's a light smell like early in the morning, like 6 or 7, but it really gets the strongest around 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
Okay, so between 2 and 3.
That's what it starts. It's really strong.
Okay, and you also testified that you can see dust coming across
That's
the
late at
property
night.
line
That's like
at
about
night.
like when the sun goes down and like the dust, like let's say it's 7 or 8 o'clock at night. There's like between the street lights because they're orange or yellow. You could actually see like a mist with the moisture in the air. You can see like going like a wave of dust.
When you observe that dust, do you also smell the odors at that time as well?
You get like a light smell, but not a strong smell, not like it does. I have a video, I didn't bring it, but you can actually see when they take the metal out, the smoke pouring out of up in the air, and that's when you smell the smell.
I
You can actually
see.
see, it's actually like a smoke, seeing sometimes around the corner from the building, you can see it.
Okay. And then you said you really can't be outside and it affects your quality of life.
One
Is
time it
that,
knocked me to my knees.
is that all of the time, or is that from
out
2 to 3 and then through the rest
Oh,
of the
from 2
evening?
to 3, if I'm out there for a long period of time, let's say like about 20, 30 minutes, I'm walking my dog or something, I can't do it. I gotta go running back inside. I actually brought my dog in the house, so he won't get sick.
And that's any time of day? That includes the morning?
That's when it hits like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, I bring him inside.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Senator?
I thought I heard you testify to the fact that you've gone to the hospital a number of times,
I've been there numerous times.
and your chief complaint was,
I can't breathe. I've been actually, I'm sucking in air and I'm getting no air to my body, to my blood.
the physical findings. We have a doctor here who can probably ask you more medical questions than I. The physical finding, what did the doctor find when they examined you?
What they did is they put me on a albuterol nebulizer with antibiotics on it, and I took 4 treatments of that with another, I guess it was 100, I don't know, they gave me an IV with antibiotics, and I was with 3 times before I was able to leave the emergency room. They did that each time, and they put me on I had to go see my regular doctor, who had me on, took me on albuterol, also gave me, I can't think of the name of it, is a steroid to help me breathe. They took me off the steroids because the steroids were no longer working. And so they're trying to do another, find out what they can do now. They took a CAT scan of my lungs. Now they're going to take a biopsy of my lungs to find out what's wrong.
Did you explain to the doctor that sometimes you see this wave of like particulates?
Yeah, I told her that. I told her about the chromium-6 and what's in the air, and I showed her the video. And she says, she's told me I should move. Best thing for my condition is to move out of the area. I go, I can't just do that. I have no means or support to do that right now.
Did they mention the long-term health effects if you inhale a lot of that stuff?
She couldn't. She said, with your age and the way you're going, you go, all you can do is it will decline. Your health will decline, staying there. That's all she was able to tell me.
And what about your neighbors? They have any?
My neighbors are my relatives. It's my aunt who just testified. We're all going straight down. None of us had COPD before. All of us have COPD. All 4 of us who live there have COPD. Come down with it.
COPD.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to recall Ms. Gillen, if she is in, to briefly give some remarks on the stipulated order. So I'm going to take you a little bit out of order since you are a city council member. But if you could keep it as brief as possible.
It is
that would be
brief. I
great.
just
We have
wanted to
lot of
make a
people.
comment that when I was asked about the stipulated order, I did not have a chance to look at it. After glancing at it and and looking at a couple of things, I think the order is very lax. And I'm urging you, and it doesn't surprise me that they would be willing to enter into this order, stipulated order, because it has a proposed order that stops work from 3 to 5. But as you'll continue to hear testimony, this goes well beyond the hours or, concerns more hours than just 3 to 5. And in addition to that, you got kids less than a mile away that are having to deal with the odors and are going to be susceptible to the same things that Mr. Honaker were talking about. So this order is very lax, and I urge you, of course, they want to enter into this order and once again, be the good neighbor. Please hold them accountable and don't accept this order. I expect something better for my community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask quickly, Ms. Sue and Mr. Wood, if you have any questions.
No questions.
I do have some questions.
Okay. Ms. Gillen. Mr. Wood, go ahead.
Thank you. So you said, Ms. Gillen, that your concerns are health-wise based on the order?
I said, I might have said health-wise, but I have a lot of concerns about Carlton Forge. So if you want to be more specific about what concerns, about what issues, go ahead and ask.
Well, I was asking you, are you concerned about the health of people as a result of what is being emitted from Carlton Forge?
Of course.
Okay. And were you aware of the South Coast Air Quality Management District having done a human health risk assessment on the facility?
How long ago? When are we talking?
It was
Recently?
completed in November of 2016.
I had heard that there was one being done. I don't know the details of the report.
So when they had their public meeting in Paramount on November 10th of 2016 to review health impacts of the facility, you were or were not in attendance?
I was.
You were in attendance, so you are familiar with the health risk assessment that was conducted by South Coast then?
I knew there was one done. Specifics of it, I don't know. And then I don't know the specifics about who was tested, what information they gathered, and what data they came with that report. So to comment on that report, I couldn't do it because I don't know the specifics of it. Did I hear there had been one done? Yes, don't know the specifics of it.
But you attended the meeting on November 10th of 2016?
Yes, I believe it was at the Clearwater building.
Okay. And what were the conclusions of South Coast Air Quality Management District about the potential?
That
for
would
health-
probably be a question for South Coast Management about their conclusions.
Okay. Well, what did you take away from the meeting? Did you hear what they said on that?
If I remember correctly, they had somebody who was speaking on behalf of Carlton Forge. It wasn't you. And the community's concerns is where I was concerned at that time, and they weren't being addressed. So what did I walk away with? A feeling of disappointment, disheartenment, being disenchanted with the whole thing. And when we brought up issues of concern that concerned the community, I walked away with thinking, nobody gives a rat's ass.
So just to be clear, you don't recall
Can't
anything?
be any more clear than that.
Could I finish my question, please? So as far, to your best recollection, you do not recall anything that was said by the South Coast Air Quality Management District representatives about the absence or presence of health effects?
When you say anything said, that's pretty broad. Clearly, they had somebody speaking. The specifics, I don't remember.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator has a question.
I'm hearing for the first time there was a health risk assessment, and you were at the meeting, is that correct?
In November, when I started attending the meetings after finding out about hexavalent chromium, I tried to attend every meeting I possibly could. I remember there being a meeting in November held at the Clearwater building. I was at that point starting to familiarize myself with what was going on in the community, knowing that there had been concerns for many years, but now trying to conceptualize, okay, we have odors, but hexavalent chromium is odorless. We have people from schools and teachers who have had cancer, and they've been complaining for years. So I was just trying to get a grasp on the whole thing at that point in November. Since November, I've educated myself, and like I said, I've gone to every town hall meeting that I possibly could, and I'm advocating for my community. Specifics, probably couldn't tell you on that at that time, what the health assessment was. And I don't even know when you do a health assessment, I couldn't even tell you the data that they're plugging in and what exactly that they're looking for.
Let me just interrupt for a moment. I think this is part of the issue when we try to take public testimony before the testimony from both sides and the parties. I assume very strongly that we will have an opportunity to hear about any health risk assessment.
One final
And it will be
question.
more direct evidence.
One final question.
Sure,
Thank you.
Senator, go ahead.
These are the stipulated facts. She had to referring to the stipulated agreement. But in agreement prior thereto, they talk about stipulated facts. And I was going to comment on that as well and ask you a question. For example, they had a health assessment in November, I think you said, right?
He said.
Okay, it's been stated. And since that time, where people are not cognizant that there may be a health problem, there's 190 more complaints that were received and verified since that period of time. That's what's been reported also in the stipulated facts. So my question is, what's your confidence level that some corrective action is going to be taken regarding these complaints and health problems associated with that facility?
My confidence level is pretty low. When we talk about the industry and other stipulated orders, the orders are continuously violated at astronomical numbers. So my confidence level is low, but it's the beginning of communication. It's the beginning of the community having a voice. It's the beginning efforts to say we're not going to go away and just stand by since 1929, like we have. The community has a voice. If it has to be me, it's going to be me. So it's a start, but my confidence is low.
What would you recommend changes would you recommend in the stipulated order that's before us?
Oh, of course, in my perfect world, I'd say pack up and go somewhere else.
Oh, okay.
But clearly, that would be my perfect world. But what would I like more? The hours have got to extend between the 3 to 5. They need to be held accountable. And you know, if you're putting out these odors, then make the facility where there's a lot of open areas of the facility, let's close them in. If you are doing the grinding and that's where the odors are coming from, do it in an enclosed, like 1430 rules have, but they really need to address the odor portion. And I think that's in the rule of 402, but specifically to say just between these hours of what they'll be held accountable is not enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gillum. I'm going to call Gracie Diaz. We do have a lot of speakers, so if you can try to stay within the time, that would be wonderful. If you can just state your name and spell it for the record and indicate whether you took the oath today.
My name is Gracie Diaz. My name is Gracie Diaz, Gracie. Last name is Diaz, D-I-A-Z. And yes, I did take the oath. I'm here representing the teachers and the students at Lincoln School. My background is I've been teaching for 20 years. I teach at Lincoln School currently, but prior to that, I taught at a different school. My health has always been really good. It wasn't until arriving at Lincoln School that within a couple of months, I started noticing that I was getting a really hoarse throat, which I have had a hoarse throat before at the other school, but it didn't last. It would just be a couple of days. It would just be a day or so and it would go away. At Lincoln, it lasted for months, and then I also noticed that I had watery eyes, postnasal drip, runny nose, allergy type symptoms, which I had never had in my entire life. And then I started noticing that there were other teachers there that also had hoarseness. And I asked them, one had come from another school, and asked her if she had had that prior to coming to Lincoln, and she said no, she did not. But I'm here also just because I feel that it's my responsibility as a teacher to say something and not be complacent, because for a long time I was just very quiet about it and didn't say anything about it. I had a student from my other school that died of cancer, and I think that was a wake-up call to me to do something, and so that's why I'm here today. It's this change in my health, it's not okay. The students that I see in the classroom that have had health issues, that's not okay. The teachers that I see, I've seen students, and I'm running out of time, I've seen students with bloody noses, allergies, asthma, excessive coughing in class, complaining about headaches. The teachers at the school, I've known or spoken to or heard of teachers with a teacher with a tumor, an immune problem with balancing, cancer, another one with skin cancer, another one with that had partial lung removed because she had cancer, people with fainting, young people, 20, in their 20s, with growths. One employee at the school died of cancer. So individually, yes, when you say that, there's people with cancer, that's fine. But collectively, it's something to be concerned about.
Thank you. Your time's up.
You're
but
welcome.
I'm sure we'll have questions. Ms. Sue?
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Diaz. I have a few questions for you. How many children are enrolled at the elementary school?
I'm not sure of the number, but I believe it's in the 600 range.
Okay, and what is the
School.
age range of the children at the school?
They are pre-K all the way to 5th grade.
Okay, and what are the hours of the school day?
It begins at 8:15 and it ends at 2:30.
Okay. Are there any activities for children after school hours?
Yes, there are. There's an after-school program that is from 2:30, from 2:30 until 6 o'clock. And I have noticed that's when you notice the smell mostly.
Okay, and when you detect odors when you're at the school, where are you? Are you inside, outside? Where are you?
I am outside, because inside I don't notice it when the door's closed as much, but when you walk outside, that's when it hits you. It's like,
Okay.
so I don't know how long it's been going on sometimes.
And have you perceived any impact of the odors on the children at the school? Does it affect whether or not the children go outside?
I have taken them outside for PE before and had to stop PE
Okay.
because of the smell. It was strong, and it was like, we better go inside. So
Okay.
we stopped.
And has the odor affected the learning of the children at the school?
So I'm
Their learning at the school?
I'm not a doctor. I do not know, but in comparison from the school there and the school at Roosevelt, it appears that there are more kids in the classroom with learning disability problems. That's just it seems like there's a lot of them to me, but I could be wrong. It could be just, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know.
Okay. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions?
Yeah, I missed it if you said it. How long have you been a teacher at Lincoln?
20 years.
At
I'm
Lincoln.
sorry. At Lincoln, 5 years.
5 years, okay.
I've
thank
been
you.
a teacher for 20 years, but I taught at Lincoln prior, when I first started, for 2 years at Lincoln, and then I went away to Roosevelt, and then I came back.
And when you started, so about what years would that have been?
When I started,
Yeah,
20 years ago, so it would have been 96.
okay, so 96 through 98,
96 to
and then you were
98,
gone.
I
and
was
then-
there, and then I left and went to Roosevelt. That was not by choice. Coming back was a choice. I did want to come back. Coming back to Lincoln, it was a choice. I did want to come back to Lincoln, but I wasn't aware of any of the situation. Had I known that, I would never have volunteered to go back to Lincoln.
So there was no odor that you noticed in 1996 when you were there at Lincoln?
No, but I was young, so I don't know if I wasn't paying attention, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Do you live out of the area, or do you live by?
I live out of the area, yes. I live in the city of La Habra, but I grew up in Paramount. So I did grow up in Paramount, so I'm familiar with the area.
Do you ever feel better when you leave at the end of the day?
Absolutely.
In what
As
way?
soon as, there have been times when I had felt, when I was at work, like, I would feel like the allergy, I don't know if it was the allergies or the air or what it was, or sometimes what I noticed that was very, very visible was my throat, because my throat would have a burning sensation sometimes when I was at work. And when I would leave, I would drive down Somerset, and as soon as I got to like about Lakewood, which is about within a half mile from the school, I would notice that the burning would sort of go away. It would just start going away. So, yes, I have noticed that more than once.
Thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Lerner?
You teach what grade?
I teach second grade.
Okay, so these kids are 7, 8 years old, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Have you noticed that during the school year, there has been more absenteeism, for example, than when you first were there in 1996?
I have noticed that there was, because see, I've always prided myself on my class being, like perfect attendance. And yes, I have noticed a lot of absenteeism. It's really hard to get high numbers of perfect attendance.
Okay. Has this been a constant since you've returned 5 years ago?
Correct. It has been. It's been an issue since I returned. I used to have, in comparison at Roosevelt, I used to have kids, sometimes 15 kids out of 24 kids that had perfect attendance, around 15, 16. I mean, there's teachers here the one teacher that taught with me that can say, yes, I did have high numbers. And and then when I got to this school, it's like 3 students with perfect attendance at the end of the year, 4 students. that was unheard of at the other school, like to have 2 or 3 students with perfect attendance only.
During the day, are you sending kids to the nurse?
I started
And for
to.
what reason?
I started to. I hadn't been doing that, and I said, this has got to be documented, I think, because, the bloody noses, I would just take care of it, and then I thought, it's got to be documented. I can't just be taking care of it, and so the bloody noses, or when kids, have other issues, headaches or whatever, I've sent them to the office. So,
Okay,
yes, which I didn't do before.
thank you.
And that just started this last year.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions? Senator?
You grew up in Paramount.
I did. I grew up in Paramount.
And you attended, which elementary school did you attend?
I attended Lincoln Elementary School, the school that I teach at, and I also attended Roosevelt, this other school that I taught at.
Right. When you were a student there, you didn't,
No, I don't remember because I went there kindergarten and first grade, but no.
your commitment is to Paramount and those students, obviously.
To the students, yes, to the students. I don't want them to grow up, or to not grow up after seeing that one student that, I had a student from the other school that died of cancer. Once that happened, I just, makes you realize that you have to be an advocate for them.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Diaz. We're going to take a break in a couple minutes, or in a minute. When we come back from the break, it's going to be a 15-minute break. We're going to come back at 10:40. When we return, I'm going to call on Michelle Dutton, then Antonia Toscano Lopez, and then Karen Bowen. Okay, just so you know. Also, I noticed that both Miss Karen Bowen and Miss Irene Pritchett, who's after Karen Bowen, both put down that they represent Lincoln School. So in order for us to make sure we only give one person 5 minutes to speak, if the two of you can decide who's going to be the person to speak for the school. Thank you. We are now on break until 10:40. We're back on the record. We're going to start going back to Ms. Martinez, the Vice Mayor of Paramount, who would like to correct something in her earlier testimony.
Chairperson Prusek and board members, I'd like to make a correction what I stated. I stated that the City of Paramount purchased 5 filters. That was incorrect. We purchased 5 air monitors.
Thank you very much. Any questions on that change?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much. So let's resume with the public testimony, and we're going to call Michelle Dutton for 3 minutes. Is that you? And while Ms. Dutton is coming up, if Antonia Toscano Lopez can be ready to go next, and then Karen Bowen. Ms. Dutton, can you spell your name and state whether you took the oath, please?
Michelle Dutton, Michele, D as in Donald, Utton, and yes, I took the oath. I have worked at Lincoln Elementary School located at 15324 California Avenue in the city of Paramount since August 2014. During this time, I have filed numerous air quality complaints by phone with SCAQMD and several written complaints verified with SCAQMD inspectors. Unfortunately, I'm not always able to wait for the inspector's arrival, or there would be more verified complaints with the inspectors. I have detected a strong metallic odor at various times of the day, as early as 7 a.m. and until as late as 6 p.m. I have kept students in at recess breaks and PE instructional time due to the odors. I have witnessed students in the after-school program outside for physical activities, while the odor levels range from a 3 to 5 on a scale of 1 to 5, with 5 being extremely strong. The odor comes and goes with the wind, or hits you when opening the classroom door like a blast from an oven. My complaints continued into June 2017, and they have stopped due to the summer break, but if needed, will resume in August. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Sue, any questions?
Hi, thank you for your testimony. I have a few questions for you. So when does, you mentioned that you're on summer break right now. When does the session resume?
August 14th.
Okay. And have you noticed the impact of the odor on the students?
Since I only have the students for the 1 year, I can't say that if I have a student with bloody noses, that happened since they were little or whatever the case may be, if it's just that it's dry air.
Okay. And have any of the children complained to you regarding the odor?
Yes.
Okay, and could you tell me what their complaints have been?
I've had 3 this school year during the day that had said something, "What's that smell?" "Ooh, it's icky," and then something else that was similar to the "ooh, it's icky," but 3 different kids.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions?
No questions.
Dr. Lerner?
Yes. Do you participate in the, are you part of the after-school program where they're outdoors?
No. I'm a teacher that just stays there working late. So if I'm heading over to the office, which is open until 4:30, the kids might be out doing their outside activities.
Okay. So anything that you hear about that is really the kids are telling you?
No,
Well,
no,
let me ask you this. The kids who are in your class who do the after-school program, if they come back in the next day having said that they were having difficulty at all?
No, that's not what happens. It's the 3 kids that I got complaints from were like, as we're walking to dismissal, or if we go out to recess and they can smell it. It didn't come from them saying we smelt it after school at the program.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dutton, you said that you have kept kids in at recess and at PE before. What time is recess and what time is PE approximately?
Recess is from 9:30 to 9:45. No, I'm sorry, 9:45 to 10. And also there's, I never at lunch recess, because it would have to be noted as we're on our way to lunch and they all have to have their lunch. It would just wouldn't work out. But the last recess is from 1:10 to 1:28. So those would be the recesses that they've missed. And then PE, it would pretty much vary from day to day. I would say it would be afternoon, after the 12:10 return from lunch, when it would have been missing PE. Not a morning time, but more likely an afternoon time.
And how often would you say you did actually keep the kids in?
2 or 3 times from PE and 2 or 3 times from recess.
And what was that decision based on? Was it based on
That when
yours? Okay,
Yeah,
please.
it was just me, I'm sorry. When I open the door and it's that blast of like opening an oven, and instead of smelling the chocolate chip cookies, it was that metallic smell. So it was just shut the door, okay guys, we're gonna stay in and do something else.
Thank you. Anyone else have questions for Ms. Dutton? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Antonia Toscano Lopez. Please state and spell your name for the record and indicate whether you took the oath today.
Okay, my name is Antonia Toscano Lopez, Antonia Toscano hyphen Lopez, and yes, I took the oath. I've been a teacher at Lincoln Elementary and actually at Paramount Unified for a total of 3 years, so I'm new to the district. I have smelled that strong metallic odor on and off throughout my 3 years there. It's a very distinctive odor. I've smelled it during the school day, and this does affect the classroom instruction as far as my having to keep the students in during PE time, and we have to do maybe indoor PE because of that. There have been several times when I've walked out, I've smelled it, and we've walked right back in because I'm concerned about the students' health as well as my own. I've also mostly smelled it after school hours. I tend to be there late, sometimes up to 6:30 p.m. I arrive early, and I've smelled it occasionally in the early morning hours, maybe about 7 o'clock, but mostly in the afternoon hours. During that time, I tend to keep my door closed to avoid the odor, and sometimes I will smell it as I'm walking to the office, or if I need to confer with a colleague and I walk out, I have smelled it at that time as well. I have called in several complaints to SCAQMD. The last week of school was especially strong. There was one day when we were having a meeting. I walked out and I could really smell it. I could feel the burning sensation in my throat. Walked back in, informed the other teachers. They came out, smelled it as well. Because of this concern for my students, the students in the school in general, my colleagues and myself, I did go to my physician, and I informed her about this exposure of chromium-6, and she ran blood work on me. The results came in. This was done on May 26th. Chromium RBC, there was none detected. Chromium blood, I had a level of 1.3 mcgs. The reference level is 1.3. Now that she has a baseline level, she will continue to monitor my levels on a yearly basis, just to see that there is to see if there is an increase. And that's it.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Sue, questions?
Hi, thank you. You mentioned that you called in complaints to the SCAQMD. Have you ever detected odors you believe are coming from Carlton Forge, but you have not complained to SCAQMD?
There have been times, yes.
Okay. And how often would you say in this past year since January have you detected this odor that you believe comes from Carlton Forge?
Maybe about 6 times. Sometimes when I'm leaving because the school alarm gets set at 7 o'clock, and if I'm there real late, I know I have to be out of there before the alarm gets set. There are times during recess when I've detected it, but I'm outdoors with the students, so I can't take the time to make a phone call.
Okay. And could you describe the intensity of the odor, like how strong it is?
Sometimes it's stronger than other times. Like I mentioned that last week of school, there was one time where it was extremely strong. I had never smelled it that strong. But sometimes I call it in maybe at level 3, 4. on average.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Any questions?
Yes, thank you. So you said that you had blood tested by your doctor?
Yes, recently, actually, it was on May 26th,
May 26, okay. And that the Chrome 6 levels were at baseline?
within baseline, yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Dr. Lerner?
Nobody has said, because I don't think I asked it, what does the odor smell like? What can you give us an idea of what it is? Now, I know it burns. I know it can be painful. The bloody noses, the runny noses, the itchy, the eyes. But what I want to know, what does it smell like when you say people have described, including you open the door, there's a blast. What is the blast?
It's like a strong metal odor.
A metal odor. Okay. Can you be any more I don't blame you if you can't articulate it because it's very difficult and it's very subjective, but if you can just simply say what you think it smells like, anything that you can refer to, like it smells like rubber, a rubber tire, something like that. Is there any analogy that you can make or you can't?
Just like I say, something metal, something strong. It's kind of like, I always describe it as a metallic odor. It's just an unpleasant odor.
I realize it's hard. Thank you. I appreciate you trying.
Mr. Camarena, did you have a question?
On your blood tests, you had several forms of chrome analyzed?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me about each of those?
The chromium RBC, and as I mentioned, I've only been there 3 years. Non-detected chromium in the blood, it was a 0.2 mcgs. Reference was 1.3. So my doctor was concerned that I am being exposed to these heavy metals. So she will continue to monitor me on a yearly basis now that she has that baseline level to see if there is an increase.
Thank you.
Okay.
You mentioned that your 3 years as a teacher. Did you say all those years were at Lincoln?
No, I worked at Montebello Unified for most of my teaching career. I took time off to raise my daughter, and then when I returned, I started subbing at Paramount Unified, and then within a month, I got picked up as a teacher there.
So how long have you been at Lincoln?
3 years.
Oh, 3 years.
3 years.
That was a question. Thank you. Senator, do you have a question?
Just the chromium level again. What, 0.3 did I hear you say?
0.2.
0.2, would that represent the baseline or?
No, the baseline is 1.3. So I'm within, she said, okay levels at this time, but she will continue to monitor, and if she sees an increase, then at that point,
Did I hear you say 1.6?
no, 1.3 is the reference,
Okay. All right.
and I'm at 0.2.
You've been a teacher for how many years?
Maybe about 18.
18 years. At this school for 3 years.
And at this school for 3 years, correct.
No problems prior to coming to this school.
No problems, no.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much for your testimony.
you.
Ms. Karen Bowen, please. And she'll be followed by Irene Pritchett. Please state and spell your name and indicate whether you took the oath.
My name is Karen Bowen, Karenbowen, and no, I did not take the oath.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask anyone who might have come late and did not take the oath earlier but is planning to testify to please rise. Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Bowen, go ahead.
I have been at Lincoln School since 1996, and at the district office an additional 3 years, which the district office is right next door. So that's a total of 24 years. I am going to talk mostly about my own health. 10 years ago, I had a tumor on my balance nerve. I praise God that it was not cancerous, but it did have to be removed, so they had to go through my skull to remove that, and I do have slight hearing loss. I have had asthma for my whole childhood, since my childhood, but I have missed 1 to 2 weeks of school on many occasions because of asthma or bronchitis. I have had problems with laryngitis this last Christmas time. Thankfully, I only missed 4 days because we led into the Christmas break, but I had laryngitis for 3 weeks. Some of the medications I take eye drops daily, twice. I take a pill and a pill for asthma and an inhaler every day, twice. I take nose drops. You talked about arthritis. I do have the one for like the knees, I get the two of them mixed up. I've been on steroids several times because of my asthma. The laryngitis usually goes away during the summer, but I'd say about 2, maybe 3 years ago, it stopped going away. You probably noticed my voice does sound a little scraggly, and that doesn't seem to go away. The last time I had bronchitis, well, not bronchitis, but I was having some asthma problems. I went to my doctor. I go to an allergy asthma doctor, and I do get allergy shots. And I told him about what was happening. So he did a breathing test on me, and I brought the results. And I'd had it twice before, but he told me that my breathing lung capacity went from 2013, it was at 96% capacity, and then in April of this year, it was at 69% capacity. So I am retiring, or just retired. He told me it was probably the best thing I could be doing. And now I brought those test results, and when I looked at them, I don't see where it shows that difference in the lung capacity, but that's what he told me. I did bring copies if anyone wants them. I brought 8 copies. I think that's what it said on the paperwork. That's basically it. And I have noticed the smell. I think it's a metallic burning smell. And I went for several years without calling it in. So I didn't want to be bothered, and I wasn't helping anybody by that.
Thank you. And if you wish to, thank you for the 8 copies. That was very helpful. And if you wish to submit them, we'll mark them, and you can get them to the clerk. When we're done, let's just see if anyone has any questions. Ms. Sue.
Thank you for your testimony. How often would you say you detect the odors this past year, since starting from December 2016, that you attribute to Carlton Forge?
I started calling in since January, and I've called 10 times. There have been other times that I did not call because my mom broke her hip and I needed to get out of school right away. Other times it was during school hours, like walking the kids to play to lunch or recess, or we were coming in from recess and I couldn't take the time out of the classroom. You know, my job was to teach, not make phone calls. And so I didn't feel like it was something I could do at that time. And by the time school was out, you know, the smell wasn't there anymore. But the smell comes and goes. Okay. Most of the times that I logged in that I called were between, let's see, the earliest would have been 2 o'clock, and the latest I have is 5:42.
Okay. And have you noticed that the odor has it impacted your classroom instruction of the students?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, maybe I shouldn't have, but I did take them out for PE anyways, okay. Because we are by law required to do 200 minutes of PE every 10 days, and so we were out there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wood, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Board members, any questions? Dr. Lerner.
Yeah, just want to know about the air conditioning, where Can you tell me about the building, the windows open in the building?
No, the windows are closed, and we do have air conditioning and heating. It's regulated by the district office.
Gotcha. And even though the kids may not be outside, they are still having symptoms in school, or am I mistaken? Do they have to go outside at recess and then come in and become symptomatic?
No, they have symptoms just randomly. I don't know if it's because of this. I did have a student the year before last who had constant bloody noses. She'd have 2, sometimes 3 in a day, which I sent to the office. But I know I have kids who complain of stomach aches and headaches. I don't know if it's related to this or not.
No, but do you think, given your experience, and you teach what grade?
Second.
Second grade. Given your experience, you taught for how many years now?
21.
Okay. 15, 16 years ago, did you see the kinds of illness then? Is it different, the pattern different?
Oh, okay. To be honest, I can't remember that far back because I was so concentrated on just trying to teach and doing my lesson plans that I really wasn't paying attention. But I do know I only had 2 kids with perfect attendance this year, if that helps. I've had a good share of kids who were special needs, RSP type of thing. I don't know if that would be related to this or not. But I can't say I've seen any pattern as far as kids' health.
Fine, thank you very much. Oh, let me just ask you one thing. You said 2 kids with perfect attendance this year. Now, the same kind of group of kids, maybe 10, 15 years ago, what was the attendance? How many kids were in your class that had perfect attendance back then? I mean, that would, would strike you as being, because that's a kind of tough thing to do.
Right. It's funny because our district has changed. We've gone from classes of 30 down to classes of 20, back up to 30, back down to 24, and I would say probably about an average would have been about 6 kids with perfect attendance in a year.
And do you think it's different the last few years? Or you can't say, or
I
you
don't
think it's less?
I don't feel like I can really say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the honest answer.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Senator.
And I give these to...
Oh, just wait, the senator has a couple
I'm sorry.
questions.
The question is that, did I hear you say you're retiring?
Yes.
You've been teaching for 20 years and you're retiring?
Well, I've been with the district actually for 27 years, and I have 10 years of private sector. I used to be in business administration.
I see, okay. And to reflect on your health, when you start teaching there 20 years ago, were you in better health than you are today, you think?
Yes, I'd say, well, I didn't have the tumor for one. I've had asthma since I was 4.
I understand.
I think I'd only had bronchitis once before I started teaching. And I've had it several times. I don't know that maybe I'd say.
Did you explain to the doctor who examined you recently the area in which you work today and what you're subjected to?
Yes, and that's why he did a follow-up breathing test for me.
Okay, so in 2013, you had did you say 96% capacity for your lungs?
And now he told me it was 69%.
Today, 69.
Well, in April.
Yeah.
He's going to have me do another test in October.
So, but in 2013, they did a test, right?
Yes.
And it was 96%. Look, and today you have
69.
69. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
Let me follow up with that. It's a doctor question.
Okay.
But it might be helpful getting at the genesis of this. Did he ask you to take an inhaler of albuterol and then repeat the test today?
I actually have 3 different times. I did one in 2011, which my numbers were low. I did a pre and a post test after I did the inhaler. The one in 2013, I just did one, and that's when it was high. And then in the one in April, I did a pre and a post.
Okay, the post, did it change? Did
No,
it improve?
no.
No?
No.
Okay, fine.
And he's got notes here. I don't see anywhere on here where it talks about the 96% or 69%. I tried asking the ladies in the office to explain it. They couldn't explain it to me. And I haven't actually gotten back to the doctor, but that's what he told me while I was in the office with him.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call Irene Pritchett.
I have a
and while
question.
oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Camarena.
Did you bring copies of that doctor's report?
Yes, I brought 8 copies,
Great. Could you hand them to the clerk, please?
certainly.
Okay, I'm going to call Irene Pritchett while the clerk is accepting copies of Ms. Bowen's report, and then we'll mark them once we get them. And after Ms. Pritchett, we're going to have Sandra DeKay and Jose De Leon. Okay, I'm going to take Ms. Pritchett's testimony. Please state your name, spell it, and state whether you took the oath for the record, and then we'll mark this. Go ahead.
My name's Irene Pritchett, IrenePritchett, and I did take the oath. I started working at Lincoln School in 1996, and I worked there for 16 years. And then I transferred to Hollydale School, and I was there for 2 years. And then I went back to Lincoln, and I've been back there for 3 years now. So I've been at Lincoln a total of 19 years. During this school year, I believe I called the SCAQMD approximately 10 times, and I called the 1-800-CUT-SMOG number. I would smell a burning metallic odor, and there were other times that I did notice the odor, but sometimes I was in a rush to get home, or I had an appointment, and I know that when I call that number, they have to send out a representative to verify the odor, and sometimes there's paperwork involved, and it takes time, so I don't always have the time needed to go through the process. I spoke to my doctor because I was having problems with coughing and shortness of breath, and she referred me to an allergist, but I was telling her that I couldn't even say the flag salute every morning without coughing, and there are short reading passages of just a few paragraphs that I normally would be able to read with the students easily, and I would stop and cough. And I purchased an air purifier and brought that into the classroom, and that seemed to help. I wasn't coughing as much. I didn't have the shortness of breath as often. I decided to do indoor PE with the students. There's a website called gonoodle.com, and they give the students stretches and exercises, and it plays music for them, and they can do different dance routines, and they really like that. And I felt better about it knowing that they were indoors, not outdoors, smelling the toxins in the air. I know of at least 5 teachers and 1 principal from Lincoln School that have had cancer. 3 other teachers had tumors, but they were benign, not malignant. And I know of 2 students who have had cancer at Lincoln School. It's also been mentioned that there's a STAR program after school. It's where the students go outdoors and they're doing lots of PE activities, they're breathing hard, and I am concerned about those students. They've put monitors at the school, and the levels of chromium-6 are very high there.
Thank you. I'm sure there'll be questions. Before we have questions, though, I'm just going to quickly mark Ms. Bowen's exhibit that she gave us. It's a stack of papers that are from the Allergy and Asthma Care Center, and that will be public exhibit number 1.
Madam Chair, before you do that, there's a law regarding releasing people's health documents. And even, and they can't, if they do it, and they're not aware of that they're doing it, the law protects them because they don't know that they're doing something that's jeopardizing their confidentiality.
Okay, well, we can ask Ms. Bowen.
So, I mean, this,
Where's Ms. Bowen, are you waiving your confidentiality for these documents? Okay, thank you very much. We're going to mark them as public exhibit number 1. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions for Ms. Pritchett?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
What grade do you teach?
Second grade,
And how many students are in your class?
22 this past school year.
Great. And do you now only do indoor PE because of the odors?
Yes, I just feel it's safer, and the kids like it, so it's a win-win situation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
Board members, any questions for Ms. Pritchett? Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Mr. Camarina has questions.
When you described the odor, I heard the words burning metallic. Excuse me. Does that mean that it smells like something burning, or did you mean that it burns your throat?
It smells like burning metal
Okay.
or melting
And
metal.
after you bought the air purifier, that improved things?
Yes, it's not completely better, but it's better than before. I could breathe easier, and I don't cough as often in the classroom. And when I'm on break, I'm much better. You know, summer vacation, spring break, Christmas break, Thanksgiving break, I can breathe easy.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Thank you. Oh, and Ms. Byrd has some questions.
Just one follow-up. Do you live in this community, or are you commuting in and out?
I live in Long Beach, but I was in Paramount from the ages of 3 to 13, and I did go to Paramount High School, but I lived in Bellflower, and I had a permit to go there.
So you can tell the difference between, can you tell any physical difference between when you are at school and when you are in Long Beach?
I don't notice it right when I get home, but like I mentioned earlier, when I'm on break, I notice it when I've been home several days, and I feel like I can inhale and I don't start coughing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Sandra Decay. And after Sandra Decay, we're going to hear from Jose De Leon and then Karina Espinosa. Mr. Kay, please just, when you get to the microphone, state and spell your name and indicate whether you took the oath today.
Yes, good morning. My name is Sandra Duque, S-A-N-D-R-A. Last name is Duque, capital D, lowercase e, capital K, lowercase a, lowercase y. I live in Paramount. I have been a resident of Paramount for close to 49 years, 48 and counting. I have lived and worked and gone to school in the city of Paramount all my life. I have recently had to purchase a air purification system for my home. Cost me almost $2,600, and I take umbrage to the claims of the city council that they are advising citizens as well as buying air purifiers. No, they don't. No, they haven't. I first found out about the hexavalent chromium-6 last fall, right before the election cycle. I went to an SCAQMD meeting at Paramount Park, at which time there were 4 police cars parked right out in front, and I literally saw people turn around and leave because they didn't want to come in, because they were afraid to come in. I, not being afraid, walked up and said, do you think this is going to scare me away? Because it's not. And I'm the one that went up to them and I said, we need to get these cars out of there. People are turning around and leaving because they're afraid. And then I went up to a police officer. I says, by the way, my father was a police officer, and I'd like to give a ticket to the officer who's parked on the sidewalk. It's called, a citizen citation. It's part of being like a citizen's arrest. And I says, to point him out to me so I can give him a ticket, they immediately move the cars. I don't intimidate. I have medical conditions. I had a brain tumor the size of a billiards ball removed. My odds going into surgery were full of partial blindness, brain damage, death, or okay, fine. By the grace of God, I came out okay, fine. But I have hacking and coughing. I can't breathe. I live in northeast Paramount. And Carlton Forge and the metal companies are in the southwest of Paramount. Unfortunately, the prevailing sundowner winds come from the southwest and blow to the northeast. It starts about 5:30 in the evening, and it goes until 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I hack, I cough, I cannot breathe, I get bloody noses. I cough so bad that I'm standing over a trash can with phlegm coming out. It's horrible. I could do more, but I don't want to bother you with it all.
Thank you. You're not bothering us, but your time is up. We want to try to get to everybody. But Ms. Sue, do you have any questions?
How far away do you live from Carlton Forge?
I live less than 1/2 mile.
And where are you in relation to Carlton Forge? East, west, north, south?
I am northeast of Carlton Forge.
Okay.
I am strategically placed between, heaven help me, Carlton Forge, Paramount Petroleum, and the 105 freeway. And as for particulates of dust, every morning, I could wash my car every day. And every morning you could go out there and write your name on the dust on my car.
And how often would you detect an odor that you attribute to Carlton Forge from December 2016 until present?
Well, I didn't even know that there was such thing going on with the AQMD. I would call the city of Paramount. They would say, call code enforcement. Mm-hmm. I would call code enforcement. They said, well, we don't know who is it? I said, I don't know. But it smells, and I can give you an answer to the question that you asked about what it smells like. My husband said it smelled like burnt wire, but it doesn't. And I remember what it smelled like. Back in the days of camp, we used to take galvanized nails and we'd hammer them into a board and we would make designs. And then at the end of the night, we'd take that board and our design and we would toss it in the campfire. And that's exactly what it smells like. It smells like burnt wood and galvanized nails. That smell is so distinct in my mind because we did it for years. We had so much fun doing it. But that's what it smells like. And it's so bad sometimes that I close my doors, I close my windows, I turn off the AC, off the air conditioner, and I bring my dog in, and my husband and I pray to God that I don't cough through the night so I don't wake up my husband who has to get up very early in the morning.
And how often would you say that you've detected this odor of galvanized steel and burnt wood?
Oh, jeez. Well, I've made personally a couple of complaints once I found out that we could call the AQMD. I've made numerous complaints over the years, and as being a resident, this has gone on for years and years and years. But I would say it happens at least 3 or 4 times a week.
Okay.
And it does shift in different times of day. Sometimes it's in the morning. But because of the sundowner winds where I live, it usually starts about 4:30 in the afternoon, depending on how hot it was. And then it gets really strong about between 6:30 and 9 o'clock. And then the worst of it comes when you get an inversion layer. And about 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm up going, I can't breathe. And I have spoken to my doctors about it over the years, but they didn't know what to give me. I have had inhalers, but I don't anymore because of the medications that I have to take for my other medical conditions. And arthritis, yeah, I have arthritis. I have arthritis really bad. But I don't know where that came from.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions for you. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Wood, any questions?
Just a couple. Thank you. You had indicated that you live near the Paramount Refinery, I think it was, as well?
Paramount Petroleum is,
Petroleum.
I am within 1/4 of a mile of Paramount Petroleum, less than a half a mile as the crow flies from Carlton Forge, and I am less than 6 blocks away from the 105 freeway. But the 105 freeway in my area is literally underground. It is not at street level here, it is underground, and they purposely did that so there wouldn't be bad particulates, because Roosevelt School on Merkel Street is just 2 blocks from my house.
No further questions. Thank you.
Board members, any questions? Senator has a question.
You said that you've been complaining for some period of time.
Oh, yes. I've complained for years. I call code enforcement because I didn't know who else to call. Actually, I called the city hall, and they said to call code enforcement. I did not even, the city of Paramount, if they say that they have notified residents about what's going on, that's a lie. It's a downright lie. And the reason I say that is I didn't get the first official notification from anybody until I received a letter in the mail from the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, Janice Hahn's office. By the way, thank you, Ms. Hahn, for notifying us on the ongoing things. And I will tell you that it wasn't until the citizens of Paramount complained long enough and hard enough that the AQMD came into factors, other state and federal agencies came into factor, and only then did the city of Paramount start to address the things that are going on. Even Peggy Lemmings
If we
told
can,
me.
if we can just answer the questions and stick to that. Senator, do you have any other questions?
Right, just, were you aware that AQMD was created in like 1995, been activated shortly thereafter to provide this kind of a service? Were you aware of that?
I was aware that South Coast Air Quality Management District did exist. Unfortunately, nobody knew how to get a hold of them. We figured that it was for the smog that we used to have. Being a longtime resident, I remember when we used to have smog days at school and we couldn't go outside.
You were aware that at that time that this district did exist for this purpose?
It was my understanding it was to regulate the smog in the air. I did not know that we, as citizens, could directly address issues with the AQMD until this past fall. And then when I went to the AQMD meeting in Paramount, at Paramount Park, when I was given something by the AQMD, by the way, thank you very much, that allowed me to call them, and I have ever since.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. DeKay.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Jose De Leon, followed by Karina Espinosa and Sonia De Leon.
Good morning to all of us, residents of Paramount 2.
Can you state and spell your name and indicate whether you took the oath?
My name is Jose De Leon, Jose-Deleon. For many years, Carlton and Forge, they've been polluting Paramount. The other, I don't know for how many years it's been there, but I've been living in Paramount since 2001. Since I moved into Paramount, the smell was there, and I kept telling my wife and different residents about the smell. But personal, I didn't know about AQMD. I found out until 2014. The other thing is, like most of us as residents of Paramount, we are so used to, especially the people who've been growing in that spot, they are so used to the smell that they can differ the difference between normal air and polluted air. In Paramount, is always metal dust smell. I live across the street from Lincoln School. Just on California Street, I've been talking to residents whose relatives already passed away. They might have a relation with the air. I'm not too sure. I'm not a scientist. But like I say, this problem has been there for many years. As far as I know, I remember in 2016, the first meeting with AQMD. AQMD came up with a result of 4 different contaminants coming out from Carlton and Forge. One of them was chromium-6, nickel, arsenic, and I can get the other one. But one thing we have to, I want you to know, everything started because of the smell of Carlton and Forge. And like I said, it's been there for I don't know how many years. And I remember during the first meeting, someone mentioned that for many years, Carlton Forge, they were grinding to open windows and door. Everything was open to the air. Speaking with different neighbors around them, they say in the 80s, during the rainy season, the water was moving the metal to the garage, to their yards. And like I said, this is not something new. This thing has been going on for many years.
Thank you, Mr. DeLone. Ms. Sue, questions?
Hello, good morning. How far away do you live from Carlton Forge?
About 4 blocks away.
4 blocks. And where are you in relation, east, west, north, south to Carlton Forge? Are you east of Carlton Forge, west of Carlton Forge, north?
We are on the west.
East?
Yes, by Lincoln School. Lincoln School is located on the east part of Carlton Forge.
Okay.
3 blocks away, I think.
And where are you when you detect odors that you believe are coming from Carlton Forge?
What happened is I work around my house.
Okay.
And I smell it, like on Orizaba and Somerset, just like a couple blocks away from them. And it's always, it can be at any time. I remember on June 7 and 8, the smell was since the morning, since 7:45. Okay. And even I went to approach the principal because it was a Thursday, they had an event on the yard, and I was so concerned about the kids. And for my surprise was that when I saw the readings on June 7, the monitor that is located on Lincoln School, the reading was 2.55 nanograms, which is way higher than normal.
And how often would you say you detect odors that you attribute to Carlton Forge?
Every day.
I have no further questions right now. Thank you.
Mr. Wood, any questions?
No questions.
Just a quick question, Mr. DeLeon.
Yes.
The reading of 2.55 nanograms,
Was on June 7.
that came from the district's website?
Yes, monitor 25.
Okay. Monitor, I'm sorry, which one? 25?
Number 25.
Thank you. Board
And
members?
just for the
Yes.
records, they installed those monitors on February 18 because we request to AQMD to install monitors around some of the school. Because remember, we have to think in our future generation, what are we going to leave to them?
Thank you. Senator has some
Mr.
questions.
De Leon,
Yes,
weren't you testifying here once before?
yes.
Yeah, I find your testimony to be quite credible, concerned citizen
Yes,
for
sir.
your community and your people. Okay, I heard you.
Thank you.
Anyone have any questions, Mr. De Leon? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Karina Espinosa, please. Will be followed by Sonia De Leon.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Espinosa, Karina, Espinosa, Espinosa. And I want to say I want to represent.
Did you take the oath today?
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
I want to say that I represent all the parents, all concerned parents that aren't here today. Many of them because they're unable to come or maybe because they're afraid of any repercussions. But I moved to my current house in December 2007. My kids are soccer players, so they were constantly playing outside. I would encourage them to go play outside, but over the time when we smelled this odor, but we weren't aware. My kids would say, "Oh, what's that smell?" So I just said, "Okay, we'll go inside the house." But we were not aware of what was going on in the city of Paramount. We just barely became aware of this situation that we're exposed to the chromium-6 this past 2016. And since then, I don't encourage my sons to play outside. I tell them, just go inside. Just go watch TV, go play PlayStation. That's the only thing. I mean, I prefer them to be inside the house versus being exposed to the chromium-6. When I'm at work, I come home, my kids tell me, "Mom, there was this smell." And I'm a concerned parent because I'm out of the house, I'm working, and they're at the house, they're exposed to this toxic. And I'm really concerned because over the time, they've been experiencing allergy reactions, nosebleeds, headaches, dizziness, things that we weren't aware, things that, okay, all of a sudden, my kids used to be healthy. Now the oldest one has asthma. The other one all of a sudden has allergies. He's a soccer player. He plays in Paramount High School. So he's exposed and he's always walking home, walking to school. So I'm concerned that my kids, when they're walking home from school, and several times I've been home, and as I'm waiting home and go to pick up my son at a laundry school, he says, "Oh, what's that smell?" When we're getting close to our home. So there is a distinctive odor that they even realize. I would love my kids to be able to call the 1-800-CALL smog, because as minors they're unable to call, they're all exposed. And now I'm glad that they're aware of what they're being exposed to. Let's see. Personally, I live 4 blocks away, half a mile from Carlton Forge. So I know that this odor is coming from Carlton Forge. I have no doubt. I'm sure that it's coming from Carlton Forge. We're so close to that area. My kids went to Lincoln School, so over the time they've been exposed to this chromium-6, and I'm very concerned.
Thank you, Ms. Espinosa. Ms. Sue, any questions?
Hi, good morning. You say you're half a mile from Carlton Forge. Where are you in relation to Carlton Forge?
Eastbound.
Okay. And you mentioned a distinctive odor. Can you describe what it smells like?
It's a burning metallic odor.
Okay. And how often would you say you detect this odor?
I detect this odor, I could probably say within the whole 7-week period. I could say 5 or 6 out of 7. And sometimes over the weekend. I've actually called on Sundays, and I get a return call from SCAQMD. I'm at work, so I'm unable to answer them.
Okay.
But in the fact that I have to meet with SCAQMD for us to verify and say, "Oh yes, we smell it," that's unfair, because there's a lot of people that call, and we have to actually meet with the inspector in order for this to count as a complaint.
Okay. And when you detect these odors, are you at home?
Yes. There's been times where I'm coming from work, so that's why I know it's distinctive. I'm driving from work, going home, and I smell it. So immediately I call 1-800-CALL smog. So.
Okay. And how large is your household? How many people live in your home?
4.
Okay.
It's me and my 3 kids.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Before I ask if Mr. Wood has any questions, I just wanted to clarify, you testified within a 7-week period, 5 or 6, did you mean 7-day period?
A 7-day period.
Okay, thank you, 5 or 6 days
I
you'll
want to
smell.
also include that I've called at night, and I even met with an SCAQMD inspector at 1 a.m. I asked her actually, how many people have called, and she indicated 6 people called, but Since we're unable to meet with one, we're unable to issue the violence of nuisance because we're unable to meet with them. Well, of course, some people might not respond to a return call at 1 a.m.
Thank you for that. Mr. Wood, did you have any questions?
I do, thank you.
Okay.
I heard you testify that you're concerned in terms of hexavalent chromium exposure? Okay. And did you attend the November 2016 meeting? Okay. And what was said in terms of hexavalent chromium by the Air District at that meeting from Carlton Forge?
Well, they, by the AQMD, well, they basically made the community aware of what we're exposed to. And little did we know that we, as residents, we would smell the odor, but we were unaware that it was toxic.
So we may be talking about different meetings then. Did you attend the November 10th, 2016 meeting specific to Carlton Forge?
Yes.
Okay, and where they discussed the health risk assessment?
I don't recall. I know I was there because this is the time when we were barely being aware of what was going on in the community.
Okay.
So it was something barely new to me, so I was trying to get familiarized.
So you don't recall the findings of the Air District from that? Okay, thank you. And you said you live a half mile from Carlton Forge to the east?
To the east, yes.
So just straight due east?
Yes, exactly, straight to the east, right next to Lincoln Elementary School.
Alrighty, thank you. And you said you'd called on Sundays, for example?
And
Okay.
I've noticed this smell during the end of the month, so there must be some month-end goals that they need to reach. So I've noticed this a lot, and I've come to the conclusion that over the end of the month, I will have to leave the house or something, because that's when I noticed it the most.
And you said that you're certain it's from Carlton Forge?
Oh, yeah. It's the closest facility to my area.
Okay. And do you recall, and there's been discussion of it in Paramount in terms of just there being more than one metal facility in Paramount?
I'm aware of the other facility, Anaplex.
But you're certain these odors, even on Sunday, were coming from Carlton Forge?
Well, I can't be for sure, but I know that we're exposed to, and the main concern is that we are exposed to the chromium-6.
Okay, but you said before you were certain, and now you're not certain?
Well, I want to say that I am certain.
You are certain that the odors on Sunday were from Carlton Forge? No further questions, thank you.
Any questions for the witness? Dr. Lerner?
What time do you go to work?
I leave the house at 7:30 in the morning,
And what time do you come home?
between 4:30 and 5.
Okay. When you step out the door at 7:30, what do you breathe you notice any smell, any odor?
There was one time that I did.
I see.
Going to work, I called it in.
Got it. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Mr. Camarena?
Mr. Espinosa, I heard you say something about soccer. Your children play soccer?
Yes, my soccer
Okay,
plays
so
soccer.
they're athletically inclined.
I'm sorry?
They're athletically inclined, they like to play
Yes.
outside, okay. And you discourage them from
Well,
doing
unfortunately,
this?
I don't want to discourage them, but I'd rather them be inside the house versus playing outside in the yard.
And the reason for doing that?
Because we know that we're exposed to the chromium-6, and I just want to get as little exposure as possible, or try to avoid it if we're able to.
Is the odor also part of the reason?
I'm sorry?
Is the odor part of the reason?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator has questions.
The meeting that you attended, if you can recall, who convened those meetings?
I know there was a member from Carlton Forge speaking, and I know there was some community, but like I said earlier, I was barely learning.
Was the AQMD brought those people together?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you attend a meeting where Supervisor Hahn was present at any time?
With Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, Janice Hahn? You did attend that meeting?
Yes, I think I did.
It's a different meeting, though.
It's a different meeting.
Therefore, the supervisor convened that meeting. brought the people together, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, fine. It talks about, in the stipulated facts, that there were some notice of violations issued. Were you aware of that? After the district verified that those complaints that were made? There are a number of complaints, according to stipulated facts, number 9, that there were a number of violations issued due to verified complaints. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Those complaints came from the community.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you one other question.
I signed a few of those complaints. I was involved in several of those nuisance.
The odor that you smell from Carlton is distinctly different from any other odor that you smell in the area?
Yeah.
So therefore, you tend to identify that odor emanating from Carlton Forge, is that correct?
Yes.
What other odors do you smell in the area, if you can tell the difference?
The difference is like on Downey and Flower, there's a different odor in that area. And so on my area, there's a different odor. So I can tell the difference.
So when the people call and complain about the odor they smell, and they attribute that odor as the source from Carlton Forge, and then it's verified by the district, that's kind of conclusive, is that what you're saying? That is the source?
Yeah.
And if the district is saying that's the source also, you believe that to be the case?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Byrd has a question.
On average, how many times would you say that you call and that complaints are verified? Because you said you make calls. I think that's what you said. You make calls, but you don't have the time to meet with them. But what would you say the ratio is to the number of calls you might make versus the number of times you can actually meet with someone?
I probably made about, to be maybe exaggerating, but 40 calls. Because, and there's been times over before like, see, from May and June, I was very discouraged. I was like, not gonna call because I thought it wasn't gonna make a difference.
So the 40 calls were made between January and
Between November.
And what time?
And the last time I called was 2 days ago.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to clarify for the record. You stated 40 calls was your estimate. You said that's exaggerating. Did you mean to say that?
Exaggerating because I feel like I've called so many times.
So you're not 100% sure, but your best guess is about 40 times. Since what, in what period of time?
November to current.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for this witness? Okay, I'm going to call one more witness before the lunch. And the senator has one more question.
When the district verified those complaints, do they notify the community or you that the complaint has been verified?
No, I don't remember. I don't remember that. I think we found out through the community that they were verified.
Were you aware that the district go out and monitor the source of the odor at that site, and if they verify, they issue a notice of violation? Were you aware that notice of violations have been issued?
Yes. I was
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call Sonia De Leon as the last witness before the lunch break.
Hello, my name is Sonia De Leon. It's spelled S-O-N-I-A. Last name De Leon, D-E-L-E-O-N. And yes, I did take the oath. I'm here today because Carlton Forge has been emitting metallic odor smells that has affected my health personally. 5 years ago, I started with headaches and nosebleeds. And in recently learning about hexavalent chromium in 2016, I can now put most of the puzzles pieces together. I know that in Lincoln School, which I live right across from it, two of my my niece and my nephew suffer from blood nosebleeds so severely that my sister would panic and say, "Oh my God, my my niece, my daughter, she's bleeding so much that she's drenched the whole towel, a whole towel." Sonia, she goes, is she gonna die? Do I take her to the hospital? What do I do? But we didn't know what they were coming from. Then my best friend, she had nosebleeds. But again, we didn't know why. And she even had like a procedure, medical procedure. I'm not sure or aware of what it's called, but she happened to move away. But she still has her parents living in Paramount, and whenever she comes and stays for a period of time, I'm not sure exactly how long, but the nosebleeds come. And you would think that because she did this medical procedure, that the nosebleeds would not come. And also thinking like, well, my husband would tell me, because he came from San Francisco, which has more restrictions than we have here in the South, and he would tell me, do you smell this bad odor? I grew up in Paramount. I've probably been here in Paramount since 1978. And I was not aware of the smell, and he would get upset at me. But like there's a saying says, stop and smell the roses. So what we did is I started closing up my house. Luckily, back then the AC was working. And then I'm not too sure what year, but I ended up buying an air purifier, which I noticed helped my husband because he had allergies. So now that the AC broke, the air filter is not working, and when he would say, come out here, just come outside, and then I could start smelling the smell. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up, but let's see if there is questions for Ms. Hu.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How far away do you say you live from Carlton Forge?
A few blocks away.
Okay, and where are you in relation to Carlton Forge?
East.
And can you describe the odor that you detect?
It's a metallic smell.
Okay. And how often would you say that you observe this odor?
Well, pretty much I get to leave Paramount, which is great. Unfortunately, now in the summer I'm there. But I would leave at 7, so by the time I come home at 4, it's pretty much at 4 o'clock and on. I'm one of those persons that called at 12:45 in the morning because I was up. I happened to go outside, and the smell was bad. Unfortunately, I did fall asleep, and when AQMD called, I was not able to verify the smell.
And do you believe these odors are coming from Carlton Forge?
Yes.
Okay, and how would you say this odor has affected your life?
It's affected my life, I would say quite a bit. I used to walk around Lincoln and knowing that I live in front of Lincoln, years ago, I would notice a lot of people exercising and running around Lincoln, and slowly it started to dwindle. And so I started walking at night, more like 9 in the night, and I would come in, and instead of feeling better, because we know that when you exercise, you're supposed to feel better, I would come in with a headache. And so once I connected the piece, I was like, every time I go out there, I'm getting headaches. And so I stopped walking.
Okay, and when you detect this metallic odor, you're at home?
Yes.
And how many people are in your household?
There's a total of 5.
Okay, and how many adults and how many children?
There's, well, my children are already adults, young adults, so there's 4 adults and 1 child.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wood, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Leon? Seeing none, thank you for your, thank you for your testimony. We're going to take a break in just a moment. We received comments. I'm going to mark them. I'm going to pass them out. Email comments from Lisa Lappin to the clerk of the board dated today at 11:42 a.m. We're going to mark that as public exhibit number 2 for the record. Just a note about timing. This board adjourns at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I see that we have, at this point, 9 more speakers, so that should take a considerable amount of time after the lunch break. I'm going to just quickly ask Ms. Sue, you have how many witnesses today?
Well, Mr. Wynn and I, we were going to confer, because possibly we may take witnesses out of the usual order. I plan on having 3 witnesses for the district.
Okay.
We plan on presenting 2 witnesses.
Okay, so it is sounding like we will not be finishing today, but we'll monitor that as the day goes on. But we will certainly be finishing up with public testimony right after the lunch break. So let's take until 12:45 and then reconvene here. And let me tell you who will be the first speakers, so you know to be here. Sarah Patrici, Eleanor Mendoza, and Gerald Cerda. Yes.
Maybe 12:30 so we can get more time for testimony. Take a shorter lunch period.
Let's do 12:35 at least, because I know there's probably limit, people will have to go out and eat. I see someone has a question, maybe needs to. Sorry. Sarah, oh, okay. How do you say your last name? Wessel. Thank you very much. I see. Thank you very much. Usually we don't take questions, but is it? Okay, thank you. Ms. Bowen, who has, for the record, submitted public exhibit number 1, is asking to black out and keep confidential her date of birth, and so I will ask everyone who received a copy of that to please do the same. And for the record, the clerk to do that as well, to redact in that manner. We will reconvene at 12:35. Thank you, we're off the record.
Oh, boy.
I'm Nancy Phelps.
Hi, Nancy. Tom Wood.
Well, I think you
What's his S?
Why don't we talk about that? Okay. Okay, hang on a second. Yeah, let's go to the conference room, and if we could just take a break to use the facilities.
Okay, we're back on the record. Before we start calling the remaining members of the public who wish to speak, I'm just going to ask Ms. Sue or Mr. Wood, was there any discussions over lunch as to how you want to proceed, or you still need time for that?
We'll proceed as usual with district witnesses being presented first.
Okay, Mr. Wood, you agree?
Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to start and hope that Ms. Sarah Hueso is here. We'll start with you, and after her, Eleanor Mendoza and Gerald Cerda.
Good afternoon, board members. I want to thank you for all the support you've been giving our community.
May I just ask you, I'm sorry, to just state your name and spell it for the record, and then state whether you took the oath.
My name is Sarah Hueso, S-A-R-A-H-U-E-Z-O, and I did take the oath. I wanted to thank SCAQMD for all the support you guys have given our community. Our community has been dealing with these toxins for a very long time, and we've been crying on deaf ears. We've been to city council, and up until now that the newly elected Lori Gillen is in city council, we've seen a little bit more action. We've also been going to the school board, and we're hoping to start seeing some action from them as well. I am a Lincoln parent. I live across from Lincoln. And I have been a stay-at-home mom for a couple years now. I am there when the smell is in the air and the children are in recess playing. Sometimes when I come outside and it's the after-school program, I see the children in the after-school program outside, and they're breathing this stuff in. The smell, I've called multiple times because of the smell. It's a smell of burnt metal. My children, I have two elementary school children, ages 6 and 9, and I am terrified for them. I am terrified that they are going to come down with cancer or other ailments. I am also terrified for myself that I might get some type of cancer because of the toxins in the air, and that I'm not going to be around to see them grow up. I am scared for their classmates. I am scared for these teachers. The few that have come forward to speak, I commend them for their bravery, because some of them are afraid to speak because they're afraid of retaliation. Retaliation, there's hearsay, I cannot give evidence, but they're afraid that they're going to be retaliated against. On May 10th, I believe, the levels of hexavalent chromium were 50 times above the normal level. One of the Spanish channels showed up around 2:30 when all the children were coming out. There were parents everywhere picking up their children. Nobody wanted to speak. No one wanted to speak on air.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Sue, do you have questions?
Hi, thank you for being here today. I have a few questions for you. How far do you live from Carlton Forge?
0.6 miles.
Okay. And where are you in relation to Carlton Forge?
East.
East, okay. And do you detect a specific odor that you believe is coming from Carlton Forge?
Burnt metal.
Okay. And how often would you say you smell this odor?
It's sporadic. It's sporadic. I've made numerous calls to AQMD, but before we knew there was an AQMD, we knew there was something in the air, but we didn't know who to go to.
Okay, and when you detect this burnt metal odor, where are you?
Sometimes I'm picking up my kids from school. Like I said, I live literally right across the school.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm walking around. Sometimes I'm coming from the grocery store.
Okay,
It all depends. Sometimes it's the evening and I go out into my yard and I can smell it.
So it sounds like you've smelled it at home, at the grocery store, and at Lincoln Elementary School. Is that correct?
Coming from the grocery store.
Coming from the grocery store. Okay. And where is the grocery store in relation to Carlton Forge?
There's several different ones.
Okay. And how would you say this burnt metallic odor has it affected your life?
We're scared. We're scared. And I've spoken to other parents who wake up in the middle of the night to make sure that all their windows are closed so that none of that air is getting in.
Okay. And so do you close your windows to yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Even when it's hot, we have to do that to try to protect ourselves and hope that that stuff isn't inside already.
Okay. Do you limit your time outdoors because of the burnt metallic odor?
Yes, we do. I limit my children's playtime outside as well.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood, do you have any questions?
I do, thank you. So you said that you're scared.
Yes.
Okay, and you're scared of the potential health impacts of the pollutants in the air, is that?
Of course.
Okay, and that you keep your children inside if the odor is more marked as opposed to less marked, more obvious as opposed to less obvious?
Yes, as soon as we smell it, I bring my children inside and I have to close all my windows.
Okay, so you view the odor as a way to gauge the hexavalent chromium in the air?
Well, you know, they say hexavalent chromium does not have a smell, but we don't know what we're smelling. We're smelling something. SCAQMD right now has just addressed the hexavalent chromium. We don't know what else you guys are emitting. It could be nickel, we don't know. We're not even there yet.
Mm-hmm. And did you, if you've been around, you've heard me reference earlier this November 10th, 2016 meeting where the Air District talked about their health risk assessment in the community and had a community meeting for that. Did you attend that meeting?
You know, you keep asking about that meeting. Yeah. We've been to so many meetings and heard so much information. Honestly, I cannot recall.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
You mentioned a date, oh, I'm sorry. You mentioned a date in May. Was it May 10th where the levels you said were 50 times higher than normal?
Mm-hmm.
Was that as according to monitor results on the SCAQMD website?
And there was also an article because of that. There was an article on the Press Telegram in regards to the high levels of hexavalent chromium at Lincoln Elementary.
Okay, and you said no one wanted to speak to the press. In your words, they were afraid, but was it an odor that you detected, or was it that these monitor results were instantaneous? Why would you think that? Why was there press coverage in your mind in terms of?
I think it was because of the results from the SCAQMD.
They came out instantaneously?
I would not be able to tell you if they came out instantaneously.
Do you oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do you recall if on that day, May 10th, that did you detect an odor, if you would remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Are there times that you detect odors, but you just don't call the SCAQMD?
Yeah, I do.
Strong odors as well?
Sometimes when I have to leave, I don't call. Like when I'm leaving the city, I gotta go run an errand. I don't call because you need to have a field person say that the odor is actually there,
yes,
to confirm the odor.
Thank you. And what times of day do you notice the odors?
Like I said, it's sporadic. Sometimes it's in the morning, but I recall the most. Sometimes I can't give you exact dates that I see the children outside playing during recess, and I can smell it. So I do call and I say, there's kids out here during recess and the stuff is in the air.
You call
SCAQMD. Yes.
Thank you. Any questions? Dr. Lerner has a question.
Yeah. Thank you for your heartfelt expression about your kids and the kids in your community. I'm going to ask you a sort of strange question, but it goes to the heart of this issue about hexavalent chromium and the problems with the burnt metal odor. Are there times in your experience, this is a hard question to answer and you may not be able to answer it, have you experienced kids having bloody noses or nasal congestion or red eyes or coughing and the odor was negligible?
What do you mean negligible?
Hardly perceptible.
Yes,
You have felt that?
yes.
Okay.
My youngest daughter, she suffers from like allergies very often.
I see. And I'm talking about in the context of, recess or after school or going to school or coming from school. That's the time of day, because that's the time of day where everybody is testified, especially the late afternoon part where people are having trouble with this.
Well, sometimes we speak amongst mothers and they don't give me specifics, but I know a lot of my children's friends have asthma, have respiratory problems, and some of them live on the other side of Lincoln Elementary.
Gotcha. Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Senator.
I think you spoke here before also, right?
Yes.
Very good. You spoke of being retaliated against. Some people are afraid to testify. They're afraid to go where an open meeting if the police officers are there, and because they're afraid of being retaliated against.
Yes.
You heard of it? Okay. Well, the chair did mention.
Like I said, I don't have evidence, but I've spoken to residents that do not want to speak because they're afraid they're going to be retaliated against.
Well, the Madam Chair did mention at the very beginning that you could speak and not list your name, not fill out a card, and not even give your address.
But when we talk about that, I am specifically talking about the school district and the city council.
I see.
What you guys don't know is that Carlton Forge, they're very generous with our city. They're very generous. They give scholarships, and I know that they give money for like breakfast with Santa and other types of activities.
So let me just say then, for public notice, if anyone who filled out a card and put an address on, they can get that redacted if they have some concerns from this point going forward.
To be completely honest, we're not concerned with the SCAQMD. We know that we can call 1-800-CUT-SMOG and it's completely confidential and that you will not share the information with anybody else.
I'm not sure about that.
Well, at least that's what they've told us.
I wanted to ask a question about that.
Well, first
It was my understanding that you are told that the information that you give may be shared. You have a different. What have you been told?
Well, originally we were told that when we call 1-800-CUT-SMOG that they are not going to share the information of who is calling with the city.
Okay. Thank you. But let me just follow up. But what are you told? What specifically? When you call 1-800-CUT-SMOG, what are you told?
When you call 1-800-CUT-SMOG, you can leave your name and your contact information. A field rep is going to contact you, but the information exchange is between the resident and the SCAQMD.
So are you aware then that based on freedom of information, if it's requested, and using freedom of information as a request, the information will be denied? Is that what you understand?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Freedom of Information Act. If it's requested, information using that as an act, but the information will still be denied. You aware of that?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, well, you think.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eleanor Mendoza. And followed by Gerald Cerda. And Ms. Mendoza, please state and spell your name for the record and indicate whether you took the oath.
I did take the oath, and my name is Eleanor Mendoza, E-L-E-A-N-O-R, last name Mendoza, Mendoza. Okay, well, I don't live in Paramount. I was born in Paramount in 1944. I went to Lincoln School, as did all my siblings. My dad went to Lincoln School. And my dad was actually there before Carlton Forge was. And have people in our neighborhood that can remember the man and the lady that lived in the tent and actually started building Carlton Forge. So we do go back. That's Nelly Fuentes and B. Dominguez. They say, oh yeah, no, we knew them. They built their little building. But because we've been there so long, and just Carlton Forge and us and the cows and the dairies. But this far down the road, we have so many dead people in our neighborhood, like the numbers are huge, that died from cancer. And I know for years I would tell people, my mother died when she was 49. She had 8 children. My sister-in-law Rose that lived behind me died. She had cancer. Nora Gillette next door had cancer. My Uncle Rudy next door had kidney cancer. Jesse Serrato had cancer. Richard Castaneda had cancer. Polly Rubio had cancer. Joyce Montoya had cancer. That's my street, part of my street. But we can't blame Aeroplex or whoever other else. We only had Carlton Forge. They shook our house every day. The ceiling caved in. And my dad was like, my little toughy dad, but was like, well, we have no recourse, you know. So the house shakes every day. Yeah, the ceiling fell in. When we lived on the other little house on Adams Street, same old, that's why we moved, because the ceiling caved in. You could ask anyone who lived in our neighborhood if their houses shook every day. Sit there and just like, they would call it the martillo, that's the hammer. That was the name for the forge. But either way, they're talking about odors. Fine. And that's awful because I have smelled their odors. But we have our reality of people from our neighborhood, the incredible number of people in our neighborhood that died from cancer. It's so many. It's just really bad. You know, you go through the neighborhood, and it's because we grew up, we were like extended family. We knew everybody's grandma and aunt and uncle and cousins. We all knew. But that's our reality. All are dead people. So, you know, we can't blame anybody else.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza.
You're welcome.
Ms. Sue, do you have any questions?
Good morning,
Hi.
or good afternoon.
Hello.
Currently, how close do you live to
I
Carlton
don't.
Forge?
I moved. The city bought my house. They gave me a lot of money, so I moved.
Okay, and have you ever detected an odor you believe comes from Carlton Forge?
Oh, when I was out campaigning for Lori, I went over on Adams Street by Paramount, and there was a little old lady watering the avocado tree that she planted, and she was so specific about the time. She said, oh yeah, oh no, every day. And she told me at this time, and then like in the wee hours at this time, just specific. But I had gone to a city council meeting, and I asked them if these people, Joe, her family's lived there forever, since we were kids. And they've been next to Carlton Forge, and they have trees. They have lemon trees and avocado trees and nopales, and they eat that. And I presented that to the Paramount City Council and asked them, how safe is that for them to eat, that they're exposed every day? And they laughed. Peggy Lemon thought it was very funny. I didn't think it was funny, and Mr. Mayor, they both laughed. And I saw no humor. It's like, excuse me, we have dead people. They weren't born in our neighborhood, so it's like, do they really care? I mean, do they really, in their gut, care?
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Mr. Wood, do you have questions?
No questions.
Board members? Senator has questions.
When did you start complaining before the city council?
Oh, well, before that, I lived by the refinery too, so
About the odor?
It's not, no, because I moved to Lakewood. The city bought my house.
I know, but in Paramount City Council, did you ever complain?
Probably like November-ish.
Just this past November, but not before that?
No, because I didn't, I used to go to, when I lived in Paramount, I did go to council meetings, but then I moved.
When did you move?
Oh, 1993.
93?
I moved to Morro Bay.
Okay.
And I lived up there 6 years, then I
Oh,
moved back.
All right, so
Yes.
I know Ms. Martinez is a member of the city council and vice mayor, so she was not there when you were there.
Yeah, but I lived in Paramount. I was born there. I lived there with my dad probably till I was 23.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions? Thank you for your
You're very
testimony.
welcome.
Gerald Serta, followed by Melissa Para.
Good afternoon. My name is Gerald Serta, Gerald Cerda. And I would like to thank you for.
Did you take the oath today?
Yeah, yes, I took the oath.
Thank you.
I would like to thank you for having us here today. And also, I would like to appreciate the teachers who came in and testified, because I know it's pretty hard for them to come in and still go back and see their employers. I'm going to start off just by reading a little bit. I've been a resident since 2004 after returning from deployment around April. My youngest son was born in Paramount, January 2004, so I missed his birth. My son started Head Start on Paramount and Jefferson, which is, again, blocks from Carlton Forge. He attended Jefferson Elementary, and after he completed that elementary school, we had him transferred to a different city to avoid some of the issues that he was having. And he was having he had numerous nosebleeds in the school where they would call us, and we would have to take a change of clothes to clean him up and change him so he could continue the school. He did miss days, and then he also had treatment done to his nose to help with the nosebleeds. During that time, he also had some type of facial paralysis. So that was addressed, and he hasn't had that issue since. He also, going back when he was born, within the first year, he had a seizure. So he was picked up by the emergency responders. He was taken to the hospital, and he was getting medication for that. And that was another nightmare, having him go through that phase. He also, he's growing. He's 13 years now. He's in a different school district. He's doing much better. His health has improved. He's now in swimming. I myself have been treated for precancerous spots on my face with Kaiser and with the VA. I'm currently participating in a NASH research liver study for high enzymes. The metal odor that was mentioned, it is metal. It's like when you have two metals frictioning for a long period of time that create heat. That's what that smells, that odor is like to me. The friction of metal for long periods of time where it creates heat. I called the Lakewood station, and after hours, because our substation closes early, so I called the Lakewood station to report not only a smell, but a haze. So what they did is they dispatched the fire department. The fire department went out there and drove around from Paramount, zigzagging towards Carlton Forge, looking for the source. I know I'm out of time. Thank you.
Yes, well, thank you, though. Ms. Sue may have questions.
Good afternoon. How far do you live from Carlton Forge?
I'm within 3/4 of a mile.
Okay, and then where are you in relation to Carlton Forge?
East.
Okay.
East from their location.
And when you detect this metal odor, where are you? Are you at home or elsewhere?
I do a lot of my errands in Paramount, so grocery shopping, my P.O. box, pick up my mail, pick up, drop off kids, or watering the grass. I'm doing a lot of my errands in Paramount.
Okay, and when you detect the odor, are there times when you're at home?
It reaches my house, and it just recently, it reached the city hall when we went to attend one of the meetings, right in front of the city hall, and there's a hospital, I think it's Suburban Hospital. So we're different parts of the city.
Okay, and when you detect this metal odor, does it change your behavior and does it change what you do?
Well, I'm sensitive to headaches, yes, and that was another issue that I did go to the emergency room for headaches, nausea, dizziness, and that was just recently, earlier this year, where I had an IV just to eliminate the nausea.
And that's at a time when you detected the metallic odor?
My wife has mentioned the metallic odor for quite some time. I really didn't start paying attention to it until getting the flyers that, oh, we having these issues in the city of Paramount. But that's when I started paying more attention to it.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wood, any questions?
Yes, thank you. So you said that you started paying attention to the odor in the fall of 16? You said that's when you
I
got
didn't say
flyers?
the fall of 16. I
Okay.
started paying more attention after my wife mentioned it. And
Since
after
when?
I received the I smelled it, but didn't really look deep into it. But I had smelled it. But I paid more attention at the beginning of this year after I receiving notifications that we're having some toxins in the air.
Okay. So the concern was in regards to the toxins in the air?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions?
Mr. Camarena.
Mr. Cerda, your time ran out when you were in the middle of telling us something that you had reported an odor and haze to, I think, fire department?
Yes, I called the sheriff department since our substation closed. At that time, I knew what was going on with the city, but I didn't have I didn't know it was the cut smog number from SCAQMD. So I called the Lakewood station and let them know that there's a haze and there's a strong smell right at the intersection of Paramount Boulevard and Jefferson, which is just blocks from the Carlton company. I met the fire department and I let them know they still smelled it. So they started zigzagging from Jefferson, going 1 block south, 1 block north, zigzagging, looking for the source, going through the alleys, and going towards Carlton Forge. At that time, it was 8:30 at night. I was riding my bicycle, so once they continued, I left. But I stayed there for a while just to see if they would find the source, but I didn't contact them afterward.
You don't know the outcome of that?
No.
Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Melissa, excuse me. Melissa Parra, who will be followed by Tammy Kogel.
Hello. Good morning. Afternoon, actually. My name is Melissa, and I am a concerned resident of City of Paramount.
Let me just ask you if you can spell your name for the record and indicate whether you took the oath.
I did take the oath, and it's spelled Melissa. Last name is Parra, Parra. And I live about a mile away from Carlton Forge. I'm going to give you a timeline of my life of the last 5 years. Excuse me. Starting in 2012, there was major complaints from the elementary school Lincoln, and it launched the investigation of the metal grinding operations in Paramount. And the age of 28 in 2013, I was randomly diagnosed with pneumonia, or at least at the time I thought it was random. It didn't make any connections between the pollution and my illness. Not even a month later, I was dismissed from veterinary technician school, which was a lifelong dream of mine. I'm a bit nervous, so I might get a little bit emotional, just warning you. January 2013, we received answers as residents from you guys at a town hall meeting, which living about a mile away, I didn't receive any notifications from the city or from AQMD. At the town hall meeting, we were informed that Carlton Forge Works were releasing toxic metals in the air like hevalexant chromium, cadmium, and nickel. According to research that I've done from the County of Los Angeles Public Health Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry and OSHA, all these all cause similar health effects like asthma, wheezing, shortening of breath, kidney and lung damage, muscle pain, flu-like symptoms, nosebleeds, and bone diseases. In 2015, I found out that I had nerve damage in my arm due to an accident. 2016, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia, which is widespread pain and tenderness. I was also diagnosed with Crohn's disease, which is a chronic inflammatory bowel disease that affects the lining of your gut. I was diagnosed with osteoporosis, which is a bone disease where you don't absorb calcium as well. It wasn't until 2016 that I realized that it was due to air pollution when the article in the LA Times was written.
Thank you, Ms. Parra. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions for Ms. Parra?
Hi, good afternoon. Have you ever detected an odor you attribute to Carlton Forge Works?
Yes, I've actually made, to the best of my knowledge, about 3 complaints. The only one that I could specifically remember was on January 23rd of this year because that's my niece's birthday. I was actually outside of City Hall when I made this, when I realized the odor, and they determined that it was Carlton Forge Works.
And how far is City Hall from Carlton Forge Works?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And do you know if how is it in relation to Carlton Forge Works? Is it east, west, north,
It's
south?
south of
South.
Carlton.
Okay. And when you detect this odor, has it affected your behavior?
Behavior like
do
mental
you
health?
do you change your behavior when you smell the odor?
Yes, it does affect the behavior. Actually, that night I was sick and had the flu for about a week. I had a lot of coughing, a lot of mucus in my throat, in my lungs, coughing it up. I was unable to attend several city council meetings. It affected my whole body, made my fibromyalgia worse.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Mr. Wood, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Before I ask for questions from the board, I just wanted to, because I believe you're the second witness who referred to the board as the AQMD, so I just want to remind, in case people came late, that the SCAQMD, the district, that is the agency that is responsible for both adopting and enforcing all the air pollution control laws. This 5-member board is an independent quasi-judicial board. So while we are here.
Yes, I understand. I'm just really nervous.
Oh, no, of course. And it's a distinction that many people miss. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that. Questions? Ms. Bird?
Go ahead.
I just had one, and that was the incident at City Hall that was mentioned once before. What time of day was that?
It was the nighttime, between 6 and 8. I don't remember the exact time, to my knowledge, at the moment.
Was there a meeting going on at that?
There wasn't a meeting. I was actually being interviewed for the air quality subcommittee.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Camarena?
The symptoms you made reference to, did any doctor attribute the emissions from Carlton or any other source in Paramount to those?
No, I've actually had a rough struggle trying to get my doctor to understand that this is actually a bigger issue than he thinks it is. I tend to have arguments with him about it because he just is stating that it's due to injuries and it's not due to air pollution. I don't even think he's aware of the issue. I think he's just thinking I'm making it up. But it's been a struggle trying to be diagnosed with something.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Senator has questions.
You share with the doctor, your doctor, your chief complaint, the things you were complaining about. And then, of course, your ailments that you were complaining about. Did he subsequently diagnose those ailments as for you, that these are problems that you, medical problems that you have?
Yes, he thinks that they're from the accident that I had in 2015.
What, all these different things you mentioned, I didn't write them all down. Would you just restate some of them, please?
My illnesses?
Yes.
Crohn's disease, fibromyalgia. I've had multiple headaches, migraines.
Stop.
Osteoporosis.
That's due to an accident, he thinks? He's saying that?
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, and I've explained to him the situation and how long that this issue's been going on, as well as how long as I lived in the community, and he still chooses to ignore it.
Thank you for the information. I cannot advise you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Before I call the next witness, we received another email. It is a correction to the earlier email of Lisa Lappin. So we're going to mark this separately as public exhibit number 3. And I'm going to call Tammy Kogel. And we only have 3 more public witness cards. If everybody, just make sure if you wanted to speak that you filled out a card. She's going to be followed by Martha Camacho Rodriguez, and finally Adrian Alvarez.
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Kegley, and I did take the oath. My name is spelled Tammy. Last name is Koegle, pronounced Kegley. I wasn't going to actually speak today, but I feel that as a parent, I needed to speak up for my own children. I grew up in Paramount and moved back to Paramount after a brief separation from my husband. So I was away for about 6 years, but I moved back, and I actually have 3 disabled children, and I was never actually able to get a definitive diagnosis as to where their disabilities or their learning disabilities came from. So I'm one of those that is questioning where in the environment it came from. Now, my children didn't go to, well, except for 2 of my children, the older 2, the younger 2 did not go to school in Paramount. They went to school in Long Beach, but they border on Long Beach, North Long Beach and Paramount. But regardless of that, when I lived in Paramount on my own, we lived close to Carlton Forge. We were about 2 blocks to the east, which I don't believe we had too much contact because of the direction of the wind. But if you think about the chromium-6, the cadmium, and the nickel that could have been released into the air, that causes asthma, wheezing, shortness of breath, coughing, irritations to the nose and throat, the cadmium, flu-like symptoms. All of these my children have. And I'm still searching for reasons and answers. And I'm hoping that we come up with an answer for these companies to adhere to. And I read the stipulations or the order that you guys had come up with for the abatement, and I don't think they're strict enough. I agree with Councilwoman Lori Gillen. They're not strict enough, and we have to come up with something else for them to adhere to, so that we can also use them as an example for other companies, other metal companies to follow. And because Paramount's not the only city having this problem. Other people have mentioned Downey and Flower with a different smell. That smell is coming from talco plastics. That company is not in Paramount, but it affects Paramount.
Thank you, Ms. Cagley. Before I ask for questions, I just wanted to, so that everyone in the audience and in the public understands the process here. We are actually, we did not write the proposed order. The proposed order has been proposed by the parties, and this board will consider it after receiving all of the evidence. And we will make a determination as to whether or not it's strict enough and what order would be enforced. So just so you know.
I believe it's not strict enough.
But I appreciate that opinion. Thank you. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions for Ms. Cagley?
Hi, good afternoon. Have you ever detected an odor that you attribute to Carlton Forge?
When I drive by there, because I do have a son that has friends that live down there over by Carlton Forge. So every time I drive down Cherry, or if I drive down to the Food for Less that's down that direction, to do shopping or just in that general direction, I smell it all the time.
Okay, and what does that odor smell like to you?
It smells metallic.
Okay.
It's a burning metallic smell.
Okay.
And when I go to city council meetings in Paramount, you smell it in the evenings. And it's not just on nights that you go to meetings. If I go to shop at the town center right there in the downtown Paramount area, you can smell it in the evening there too.
Okay. Has it impacted how you conduct your life, does odor?
It does, because I know that Paramount spent a lot of money to improve the downtown area, but it doesn't make me want to go shop there with the new shops that they're putting in, all the money they invested to make it look better and make it look nice, to bring all the new businesses. It doesn't make me want to go there because the smells. Okay. And I understand people want to move out, but can't, because who's going to want to buy property in the area?
Okay. And where is this new downtown area in relation to Carlton Forge?
I believe it's over by the city hall. It's like 2 blocks. 2 blocks.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony.
I'm sorry, was that 2 blocks from the city hall or from Carlton Forge?
I believe it's 2 blocks from Carlton Forge.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Wood, do you have questions?
Thank you. So Ms. Cagle, you said you grew up in Paramount?
Yes.
Okay, so are you aware then of the multiple other comparable metalworking facilities in Paramount?
am.
Okay, so how are you able to detect what smells may come from Carlton versus smells that may come from other metalworking facilities?
The smells that come from Carlton Forge, I'm usually in that general area. And the smells from like talco, each area has a different smell.
And when you said different areas, I believe you'd said Downey was the area that was impacted by the Intalco smell. Did I get that correctly?
Yeah, each area has a
Okay.
different smell.
So I'm asking within Paramount and within the different metalworking facilities in Paramount.
Well, Downey and Flower is in Paramount.
Mm-hmm.
That's the border of Paramount and North Long Beach. That's still in Paramount.
Okay. So within the area, within a half mile, let's say, of where Carlton Forge is, how can you distinguish the different metalworking facilities?
The different times of the days, there is a different smell when from Carlton Forge versus Anaplex.
Now, Anaplex I can say from personal experience, otherwise it's not a metalworking facility. So I would actually like to just focus on metalworking facilities and not plating shops. So in terms of metalworking facilities, how could you tell the difference between a Carlton Forge and, let's say, a Weber, which is just a few blocks away? They both, as I understand it, are metalworking facilities. Can you differentiate between the two?
No.
I'm sorry, please, no speaking from the audience.
So you can't differentiate between the metalworking facilities? So it could be as much
Actually,
one as
metal,
another?
metal grinding, metal, burning metal. It's what I smell.
Okay. But you can't tell whose burning metal it is?
No.
Thank you. No further questions?
Mr. Camarena.
Thank you. Ms. Kegley, apparently you read the proposed stipulated order. In your opinion, how could it be made better?
Well, I think that if you look at having a third party for a limited time, I think that third party should be more than just for a limited time. I think that should be an ongoing thing to have a third party constantly evaluating them, making sure that they're on task, and making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing, and reporting back to either the city or AQMD. And oh, I left my notes that I wrote on at my chair.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you moved back to Paramount after 6 years away.
Yes.
Where did you mention where you live in relation to Carlton Forge?
Right now, I live about a mile away. I live closer to Paramount Petroleum than I do to Carlton Forge. But I'm still east.
And did you say that you have made complaints? Have you made complaints to the AQMD?
Yes, I have.
And have they been verified?
Only one of them has been verified. Every time, I've called multiple times, and I've had one verified. Most of the times that I would call, I would get an answer machine, and out of those times, I got 2 calls back. I do admit that they have gotten a lot better for returning my calls, but I still only got 1 call back.
Thank you. Senator has a question.
This verified call, you called as a verification that there was an odor. The district came out and they verified it was an odor?
No, he did not. He called me and said, I talked to him on the phone. He said I didn't have to come out because it was like, he would meet, when he come out, it would be like at 1 o'clock in the morning. He said I didn't have to come out if I didn't want to. He asked me. And I said, are you sure? And he said, yeah, I'm sure. And he gave me the call number and everything. I had that.
Are you aware, were you here when the chairperson mentioned there was the stipulated order out in the lobby where you go pick it up and read it?
Yes.
Did you read it?
Yes, I did. That's why I said it. I didn't think they were stringent enough.
Yeah, but then my next question then, in that, the stipulated facts, it is stated, I think, and you can say yes or no, that the district did verify a number of complaints before they issued an order of notice of violation in that in this order. So therefore, if someone was complaining about an odor emanating from Carlton Forge, it has been verified by the city, by the district.
Yes.
Not necessarily by you, but by the district.
Yes.
Okay, that you understand, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, I think that should be matter of the record.
And it is. Any other questions for this witness? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
We have Martha Camacho Rodriguez, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha, M-A-R-T-H-A, Camacho, C-A-M-A-C-H-O, hyphen, Rodriguez, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E-Z. I am a school teacher for Compton Unified.
Did you take the oath today?
I did.
Thank you.
So, thank you for having this forum today. I am a school teacher at Dominguez High School, which is directly across the street from Capel Elementary. And so my school falls approximately 0.6 miles from Carlton Forge to the east. And I am probably that equal distance to Carlton Forge between Alameda and Santa Fe. So my concern here today as a teacher, as an educator, a community member, and as a mandated reporter, that we need to continue to have dialogue so that our communities who are exhibiting all of these symptoms related to toxins continue to happen. And likewise, as you move to have companies be responsible, that we continue to have this open dialogue without any kind of sanctions or any kind of fear from the community that they won't be able to come and voice their concerns. So I was very fortunate that I met Lori Guillen and Lisa Lappin and other teachers from Paramount who have been very vocal. And I just think it's sad that a lot more of our community members from Compton and from Paramount are not here to speak their stories. I have been in Compton as a teacher for over 12 years, and I had one student that I know of that did die from cancer. It was a very rare form of cancer. He passed away at Miller's Hospital in Long Beach. And he is just one of many, as I go through my decade, that I know of other individuals, whether they're parents and students and community members, specifically speaking about Compton, that have had a lot of forms of rare cancer. These are young people, these are middle-aged people, and not just cancer. We can talk about all of the physical symptoms that people might have that are related to respiratory problems, rashes, things that prevent people from being functional. So I'm here basically letting this board know that as you move forward to having open forums in Compton, that you will make sure that you protect our community so that they don't feel the fear of coming forward to speak their truth.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Sue, do you have questions?
Hi, good afternoon. Have you ever detected an odor that you attribute to Carlton Forge?
My school is sandwiched between what would be Carlton Forge on the east, the 710, and then all the other polluters to the west. So there's a lot of different types of smells.
Mm-hmm.
So they can range from anything that smells like rotten eggs, sulfur, to no smells, but there's just maybe some irritants in the air. And when I say that is, this is my 5th week off of work, and I'm home and I'm sequestered, so I don't feel as much of itching, any of nasal congestion myself personally. And as I speak on smells and just, you know, how the wind feels different in one location versus I live in Downey, which is another location, there is a difference.
Okay, and what's the name of the high school that you teach at?
Dominguez High School. So we are between Alondra and Somerset, which turns into Compton Boulevard.
Mhm.
And so we share a fence from the 710 to Keppel Elementary, which is right in front of us.
Okay, and how many students are at this high school?
Approximately 2,000.
Okay. And have you, I think that's no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Just one quick question. You said that the high school you teach at is to the west of Carlton Forge. Is that what I understood?
From Paramount. So we are on Somerset and San Jose.
Okay,
So that would be the west of the Carlton Forge in Paramount.
okay.
And so then we are to the east from the Carlton Forge on Alameda, going towards the 710
Now, I guess I'm not aware of a Carlton Forge on Alameda. I'm
in
aware of,
Compton.
okay, I'm aware of a Carlton Forge, which is what, who I am representing here today, which is on Vermont Street in Paramount. Is there another Carlton Forge you're referring to?
Well, the AQMD results that came out for the readings in Compton do not list names, but if you Google the areas, it lists the Carlton Forge on El Segundo and Alameda. So it's in between Alameda and Santa Fe.
Well, I guess I would have to move to the board to say if we are not sure that the testimony today has been about my client's Carlton Forge, we may have an issue because this Carlton Forge is on Vermont Street between Jefferson and the main forge part between Jefferson and Somerset. It's not in the location you're talking about, so.
I'm across the street from Keppel Elementary, which is Paramount, and that is within the range of the Carlton Forge and Paramount.
Well, I
So we
guess
share the
my-
same street with Paramount. So San Jose, you cross the street, it's Compton. And so that's the last school, 0.6 miles from Carlton Forge.
Maybe I'll repeat my question then again. From the Carlton Forge facility located at the corner of Somerset and Vermont,
Right.
the high school that you teach at is west of that facility?
Yes.
Okay, and by how far?
I couldn't give you exact, but one of the maps that I saw was pointing from Carlton Forge, your address going out to Keppel Elementary is 0.6 miles.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, may I ask Mr. Wood a question? I'm looking at the petition, and I see the address listed as 7743 East Adams Street. Is that?
Yeah, Adams is perpendicular to Vermont at that point, and I believe at one point many years, we're talking decades ago, Adams actually continued running through what is now the facility, and that facility now occupies that space. I believe that's the historic nature of that address. It is actually faces onto Vermont Street.
Okay.
Adams is perpendicular to the main plant.
But we have the correct address.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks for checking.
Any questions? Mr. Camarena?
This is not a question, but rather a suggestion to the parties and primarily to the district. That is when a number of complaints or citizens that, when the district anticipates a number of citizens complaining and identifying where they live, that it would be most helpful to this board to understand the testimony if there were a large map on the wall. And so if we continue this matter to another day, I do expect some additional members of the public to be present, and I think it would be quite helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I was hoping that during testimony we might see a map, but we'll wait for that.
Madam
Senator?
Chair, except for this witness, all of the other witnesses specifically testified. They live a half mile, 50 feet next door in the direct vicinity of the plant that we're just talking about today.
Yes, Senator, that's part of the record, so we
Yes.
don't have to
I-
discuss
well,
that at this moment.
I mean, it was suggested that if it's another plant that's being referred to, then of course that's not applicable to the case at hand. And I think it had to be clarified. That statement had to be answered.
I believe it's very clear on the record where all the other witnesses were referring to.
Now I'll ask you a question. You're a teacher in what district?
Compton Unified School District.
And you're saying it's adjacent to Paramount. I'm not too familiar with the area.
Keppel Elementary, which belongs to Paramount Unified, is across the street from my school. So that's where the 0.6 mile ends in reference point to Carlton Forge.
0.6 miles.
Right.
Okay. Were you aware that the governing board called a hearing
And I attended in Compton.
recently
Yes.
addressing both Paramount and the problem in Compton?
Yes.
You aware of that?
Yes.
Did you participate at that hearing?
For the Paramount, no. I attended.
You attended a meeting?
I attended a meeting, and for the Compton one, I did attend.
You did attend. Did the Paramount, did the governing board call a meeting for Paramount as well as Compton? Or did they?
I'm sorry. I've attended meetings with the coalition. I'm sorry. And the AQMD meetings that were held on Rosecrans, and I did attend.
So the governing board, AQMD,
Right.
had a hearing. They're inviting people from Paramount and Compton. Is that what you're saying?
No, I went as an invitation from Paramount. I was not invited there from Compton.
So Paramount was there as well. Okay. It's worthwhile noting. Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions for this witness? Thank you for your testimony. And the final speaker card I have is for Adrian Alvarez.
Good afternoon. My name is Adrian Alvarez. It's spelled Adrian. Last name is Alvarez, Alvarez, and I did take the oath. I am a journalist and a community organizer, and as such, I have met very courageous people, parents, teachers, that are very concerned with their health due to the environment in places like Paramount and Compton. I worked in the vicinity in the Lenox School District, which is has its own set of problems with the airport and the pollution there. But I just wanted to mention a couple of things that might be relevant as you're making these decisions. Curiously, I remember Honorable Nate Holden when he was in the city council in LA. I was the president of the Organization of Latin American Gardeners, and the city council passed an ordinance banning the leaf blowers because they were concerned with the pollution of the air. He approved an ordinance. He voted for an ordinance that was fining $1,000, gardeners, and they would qualify for the 3 strikes you're out, because that's how concerned they were with polluting the air. But yet, when you go to Carlton Forge, right next to a skating park where kids play every day, and ironically, there's this sign that's already graffiti over, but it says that if you dump trash, that you're going to be fined. So there's more concern for trash than for what's coming out of this, these installations. One thing that is not being addressed here is that the parents and the teachers and concerned citizens that are stepping forward are being retaliated against and are being harassed by, various sectors that have interests that coincide with, the company in Paramount. This is beyond what can be addressed here, but I think you do need to know. It's not easy for them to be here for many reasons, and maybe next time, if you can, you should have this meeting at the community so people can be there. Maybe people can smell, the odor. And also, just quickly before I run out of time, the smell, not only can you smell it, you can taste it. You can taste it in your tongue, and you can see it. It's visible. It affects the visibility of the air. It's dark. People have been asked, what does it smell like? And they say like burning metal. Well, as an organizer, as a journalist, I can tell what it smells like. It smells like death. It smells like corruption. It smells like denial. It smells like political complacency. It smells like fear. It smells like confusion. People are not scientists like the tobacco industry to establish the cause and effect between tobacco and cancer. You're asking people, but everybody knows that it's too much of a coincidence, all these cancers, all these medical illnesses, not to be related to what's coming out of the Forge company.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Sue, do you have questions? Oh, please wait.
Good afternoon. Have you personally detected an odor that you attribute to Carlton Forge?
Yes, I was there yesterday, and I was also at the other facility that's been in question in Compton. Yes, you can smell it.
And where are you specifically when you detect this odor?
Well, I was right in the corner, right next to the skating park, and then I walked around the facility, and you can smell it. One thing also to mention is that you do get used to smells and sounds. Like I worked at Lenox School District. You know, if you go there for the first time, you have to quiet when you're talking when an airplane passes by, which is every 3 minutes. And once you go to Paramount near, you know, the installation, you get used to the smell. You know, it's one of the ladies mentioned, like, you can only detect it when you leave for a while and come back. Just like corruption, you can get used to it.
Okay, and then you mentioned the skate park for people who aren't familiar with the skate park. What's the intersection or how far away is it from Carlton Forge?
It's right next to it. It's only divided by a train track.
Okay. And is it east or west or north south of Carlton Forge?
I'm pretty bad at east and west. Like you have to tell me like next to something. But
I'm
it's
sorry,
right next.
we're just going to limit right now just to the witness who is speaking. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And for everybody who testifies, I know we're on the last person, but if you do not know the answer to a question, I do not know is a perfectly good answer. In fact, it's the best answer. Mr. Wood.
So, Mr. Alvarez, do you live in the neighborhood?
Where do you live?
I asked you, do you live in the neighborhood?
Yes, but where do you live?
So you live in Paramount?
No, I have friends in Paramount.
Okay, but you don't live in Paramount yourself?
Do you live there?
And I will...
I'm sorry, Mr. Alvarez, can you please answer the questions? Thank you.
I did answer. I'm asking a question.
Okay,
too,
so you don't live in Paramount. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Question, but I do want to clarify a point. It was mentioned that I was participated in an ordinance demanding blowers, which polluted the air at the time it was happening. And it's not going to affect my position, nor is it relevant on the issues that before us, even though I was the author to do that at the time. I just wanted to make note of it since it was mentioned. Okay.
So noted for the record. Any questions? Thank you. So seeing no other speaker cards, Ms. Sue, are you ready to present your first witness?
Could we take a 10-minute break?
Let's do that. Let's take a 15-minute break, and let's reconvene at 2 o'clock.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. We're off the record.
What about 10 minutes?
Yeah, well, I don't either, but I just didn't know my home address. I think, I returned mine in. I'll keep this.
Last time I was talking to somebody, most of the people were, they had an accident, it was just
Records will be provided to the requester tomorrow.
I don't want to.
You know what I'm saying?
We could be here next week. Right now, we're not.
Well, they gotta be back there.
There could be anything that comes up that we could be here next week. I mean, not just this particular case, but right now, we're not. That's all.
No, but I think it would be terrible to do the case without.
No, I know that. I said, but there could be another case that comes up. It doesn't have to be this one.
We should bring this back next week, this issue, right?
Let me ask you, can I ask one question? I'm sorry, but we can't have conversations with anyone outside of the hearing.
How many days did you do last week, what?
My grandson's with you, right?
How many days were you doing this week?
I just had lunch
This is this week? This is two of them.
Very nice boy.
This week were you Tuesday and today, right? Tuesday was
Right, we're supposed to be here yesterday.
But we were not.
Oh.
Thank you, because I was in Seattle.
Okay,
I
so-
mean, I was in Seattle, so I know.
That's right. So my mom got your child.
Yeah, we have to do it now.
Did you pay a lot of money for it?
So what period is
It's
it?
nothing to have.
What?
In the next week?
He's not.
This week and
Every
next
year
week.
for the past 3 years.
I don't know.
I'm trying to fight them, and they're being. But tonight's over. So I'm not even arguing. Begged me. This kid, on the overnight. Can I call this morning, I said.
Right, so that's from the beginning.
Well, okay, then, we have to be at the groups and I can't.
Okay.
And the lady will call in and be like, is he in the group? Because I need to know that before I. Well, when I called, talked to the owner yesterday, left a message, she hasn't called me.
Get a lot of people there. All next week. Load it up.
He keeps saying,
Yeah, what's his phone
saying
number?
things like, they say, and he plays with all his nails, how do you feel about that?
618-559.
Of course, Mom, I want to not to play. When we're swimming, freestyle, I have nobody to play with, so
Anything else?
I dive under the water.
I'm gonna be here all week. Monday through
So I
Friday.
say that and, you know,
Next week.
whatever, but in any event, and then I'll say,
Who?
our council's really short, the children are not looked at.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to talk to you.
Three or four boys.
Oh, that's, that might work the time.
No Eli. We are back on the record. Ms. Sue, who is your first witness?
Hi, we have Mr. Stephen Chang. He's an inspector for the district. Very good.
I was going to say, that looks like Mr. Sanchez.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Name is Stephen Chang, STEVENCHANG.
And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
And what is your position here at the district?
I am an air quality inspector, one,
And how long have you worked in this position?
for almost a year.
And could you please briefly describe your responsibilities?
I verify compliance with federal, state, and local air regulations, as at the same time verifying permit conditions with facilities that have permits with AQMD. And in addition to that, I respond to complaints from the general public.
Okay. And are you familiar with the facility?
With Carlton Forge, yes.
Okay, and how did you become familiar with the facility?
I believe the first time was responding to an odor complaint back in sometime January 2017.
Okay, and have you conducted inspections of the facility?
Not full scope inspections, but in regards to odor complaints, yes.
Okay, and what was the most recent time you inspected the facility? Or
So I guess the last time I went there, if I remember correctly, was for June 8th, 2017, when I went there for a complaint.
okay, and what does Carlton Forge do?
To the best of my knowledge, they manufacture metal products for various industries, including aerospace.
And what materials does Carlton Forge use to make these parts?
To the best of my knowledge, it's usually titanium and aluminum, different metal alloys.
Okay, and what types of operations occur at Carlton Forge?
They get raw metal alloys delivered to them, which then they heat up through furnaces. They also, after the metals have been heated up to malleable state, they're then formed into specific modes. And then after which they are cooled down, usually air cooled. And then afterwards they are grind down for quality.
Great, and I have some exhibits here I would like to hand out.
Okay. Okay.
I just want to make sure everyone has copies before I proceed.
Okay, so we should have 4 documents that were handed out.
Correct.
Okay, do you want them in any particular order?
Sure. So the first one should be what's on the image in front of you, and it has a Bates number that ends in 1382.
Okay, that will be marked as Exhibit 1.
Okay. And then the second one will end in 1376.
Okay, so that is another photograph with the Bates stamp 1376 at the very bottom.
And
That's Exhibit 2.
and the next one will be, it has the Bates stamp that ends in 1372.
Okay, another photograph with some round metal objects with that Bates stamp, and that will be Exhibit number 3.
And the last one will be a map.
Okay, and the map will be Exhibit number 4.
Mr. Chang, if you look at what has the Bates stamp 1382, it has what's right in front of you. Can you describe briefly what's going on there?
So this would be an equipment that you usually see at Carlton Forge inside their forging room, forging building. Right here, you would see a furnace that they usually heat up the metal products at. After which they would use manipulators, kind of like forklifts, to grab these metallic parts. Obviously, you can see that it's heated up right here. They place it on the ground at times so that it can get air-cooled by fans right here.
Okay, thank you. And if you could go to the next photograph, and it has the 1376 at the bottom. And does this look like equipment at Carlton Forge?
Yes, it does. It looks like the inside of the grinding room.
Okay, and could you describe what's going on there? I see a person there. What is that person doing?
He's grinding down metal parts that have been either been treated by the furnace beforehand or afterwards. So there's different stations over there, grinding stations, which the employees use to grind down the metallic parts they get.
Okay, and I see what looks like, tubes running up to the top of the building. Can you describe what those are?
Yes, so each station, to the best of my knowledge, they have vacuum system sucking in air that is next to where the employees are grinding. So any emissions from the grinding operation are usually vented towards those vacuums, and then they are routed through the ducts, which go on the top of the building on the inside, and then they get routed outside to air pollution control devices.
Okay, can we go to the next photograph? It has 1372 at the bottom. And does this look like it was taken at Carlton Forge?
Yes, I believe this is also inside the grinding room as well.
And could you tell us what's going on in this photograph?
I don't remember exactly specifically, but I believe they're either putting on penetrant or developer, which goes on the metallic parts to kind of detect any imperfections or cracks within the metal. So I guess it's part of the quality check, which is why when they're able to view these cracks inside the metallic surfaces, they're able to grind those down so it's smooth.
Great, thank you. You could have a seat next to me again. Thank you. So you've described several processes that occur at Carlton Forge. May any of these operations generate air emissions?
Yes, I believe so. Specifically, the grinding operation inside the room during this process, there's definitely odors produced from that.
Okay, and what are the hours of operation of Carlton Forge?
The actual production hours, I'm not too familiar with exactly, but from the times that I've been there doing my complaint investigations, they've generally been open. But from what I know, I think they're open 24 hours, Monday through Friday, and Saturdays, half days, And then Sundays, they're usually closed, depending on if there's a job, specific job that requires work on Sundays.
Okay.
That's to the best of my knowledge.
And what is the basis of your knowledge of these hours of operation?
Usually with talking with employees at Carlton Forge when I go visit them for inspections.
So from what you said, it sounds they're typically closed on Sundays?
Typically closed on Sundays, typically open half day on Saturdays, and 24 hours Monday through Friday.
Do you have
And
any, go ahead.
I'm sorry, usually holidays, I've observed that they are closed for those days.
Okay, do you have any information which indicate that they are sometimes open on Sundays?
No, not, the only thing is talking with employees that work there.
And what do those employees say?
They'll usually tell me that they work half days on Saturdays, or occasionally work on Sundays too, depending on jobs.
Okay. Has the district received odor complaints alleging the facility as the source of the odors?
Yes.
And from December 8, 2016 to the present, about how many odor complaints against Carlton Forge were received by the district?
I don't know the exact number, but I believe it's over 200 complaints alleging Carlton Forge as the alleged source.
And how do you obtain that number?
We have a database in the system by SCAQMD called CLASS. So in this system, we're able to look up the complaints, the information in there, what time it was received, from what date to what date, the complainant information, and we can, I guess, put a filter on, let's say, December to now and calculate how many complaints we got alleging Carlton Forge.
And who inputs data into that database?
Usually employees that work in the radio room that receive the complaints from the public.
And is that data kept as part of the district's normal operating procedure?
Yes.
And how are complaints received by the district?
Via telephone, email, or through our AQMD website.
Okay. And does the district have a procedure to respond to public nuisance complaints?
Yes. So usually, like I said, the radio room receives the complaint from the public. They input it into our system, and then they assign it directly to an inspector for the area. So a lot of the times I receive complaints in regards to odor complaints. Once we get that through our mobile device, we make contact with the complainant if possible. I try to meet up with them to confirm the odor if possible. Sometimes the complainants are not available, or I make it there a little too late, which doesn't give time for that. Upon confirming the odors, meeting up with the complainant, I would indicate the wind speed and the direction that it's coming from. And upon confirming the odors, I would conduct upwind odor surveillance to try to trace the specific odor to a source that it's coming from. And once I have confirmed that odor to a specific source, I would also conduct upwind odor surveillance, so upwind from the facility or source, to make sure that I didn't detect any odors over there. So once I'm sure that it's coming from a specific source, I go to the facility, contact the employees over there and advise them about the complaints. And if the number of complaints warranted a notice of violation, then I would issue one to them.
And are you familiar with District Rule 402?
Yes, it's our public nuisance rule.
Okay, and what does Rule 402 provide?
In summary, it prevents any persons from discharging emissions, or in this case, odors, to the public, and it prevents them from having these emissions create a nuisance, annoyance, or any type of harm to their health, to a considerable amount of persons or to the general public.
Okay, and are you familiar with Health and Safety Code Section 41700?
Yes, that is the same as Rule 402 in regards to public nuisance.
And have you issued a notice of violation against Carlton Forge for violating Rule 402?
Yes, I have.
And have you issued a notice of violation against Carlton Forge for violating Section 41700?
Yes, I have.
About how many notices have you personally issued?
I have issued 8 notice of violations.
Okay. And prior to issuing each of these notices, did you follow the procedure you described previously for public nuisances?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And let's go talk about one of the violations you issued. Did you issue a notice of violations to Carlton Forge for a nuisance that occurred on June 8th, 2017?
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at my complaint list to see the exact dates.
So I was asking you
Yes.
about June 8th.
Okay, yes, June 8th, I did issue a notice of violation to Carlton Forge in
Okay.
regards to public nuisance.
And did the district receive any complaints for odor on that day in Paramount?
Yes,
And were any of these complaints against Carlton Forge?
yes.
Were any of these complaints from teacher or staff at Lincoln Elementary School?
I believe so, but I would have to double check my notes.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, there were.
Okay, and let's actually put on the map on the Elmo, if you don't mind. Thank you. Oh, sorry, if we could use the actual exhibit. Great, thank you. And do you recognize this document, Mr. Chang?
Yes, I do. It's a map of Carlton Forge and the surrounding areas.
Okay, and is this an accurate representation of Carlton Forge and the nearby area?
Yes.
And if you don't mind standing over there, because I'm going to ask you to point out some items. Could you please point out Carlton Forge on the map?
Yes, Carlton Forge is within this red rectangular box right here.
Okay, and is Lincoln Elementary School on this map?
Yes, right over here in this red box.
Okay, and could you describe what the land is used for near Carlton Forge?
Primarily residential areas as well as industrial areas as well.
Okay, and you could return to your seat now. I think we are done for the map for now. And do you know what direction is the prevailing wind in this area usually?
It's usually prevalently coming from the west or southwest.
Okay, and how do you know this?
I noticed through observation of trees, the flag posts located on Vermont and Adams Street, through my district-issued Kestrel wind meter, and as well as an app on my mobile phone.
Okay, and turning back to the June 8th violation that you issued, when did the district receive the first odor complaint on June 8th, 2017?
I believe it's sometime in the morning.
Okay.
I don't have the exact time right now.
And did the district receive more than one complaint on this date?
Yes.
And turning back to the first complaint, did the complainant say where the odor was detected?
The first complaint?
Yes.
I believe it was Adams Street in California.
Okay. And did you verify an odor near that location?
Not at that time for that complaint.
Okay. Did you verify an odor nearby at a later time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And was that based on subsequent complaints?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you detect an odor?
For that specific date, June 8th, I detected the first one at California Avenue and Somerset Boulevard
And around what time did you detect this odor?
at about 10:34 a.m.
And did you trace this odor back to Carlton Forge?
Yes, I did.
And was there a specific place at Carlton Forge where you traced this odor back to?
Yes, inside the grinding room.
Okay. And now turning to the proposed order, have you reviewed the proposed order?
Yes, I have.
And certain conditions target the grinding room, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And condition number 4 on page 5 specifically asks Carlton Forge to evaluate the feasibility of installing additional controls on its grindhouse building baghouses, correct?
Correct.
What is an example of additional control that Carlton Forge may consider?
They might consider installing a carbon bed scrubber, which might filter out some of the odors that are coming from the grinding room.
Okay, and does Carlton Forge have experience with this type of control?
Yes, I believe they have one unit installed right now at their north end bag house, which is which the grinding room is vented to.
Great, thank you. No further questions from me at this time.
Mr. Wood, do you have questions for the witness?
Did I turn it on? I turned it off. Okay, Mr. Chang, you have done work then throughout the community, the area around Carlton Forge. You've walked around there and
Yes.
seen what's there. Are you aware of other metalworking facilities in the vicinity of Carlton Forge?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and other ones that are substantial scale, not just little mom and pops, but other large metalworking facilities?
Correct.
Okay. And if you went, and could we see the map again? Love that map. Okay. Oop, we had there's the map. Okay. So going from Lincoln Elementary School due west, what do you come to in terms, well, let me rephrase that question. Going from Lincoln Elementary School to the west, you come to Carlton Forge, correct?
Yes.
And you said predominant wind direction was out of the west or southwest,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And if I go, and as I understand it, Lincoln Elementary School is in your red box. It's that lower left-hand corner. Is that correct? Is the school?
Oh, Lincoln Elementary is on your lower right, actually.
No, I'm sorry, within the red box. Let me be more clear. On the right-hand red box.
Yes, that would be Lincoln Elementary.
Okay. And if I go due southwest from Lincoln Elementary School, do I come to Carlton Forge?
No.
Do I come to some of the other substantial forging operations in the area?
Yeah, I believe some of them are towards that direction.
Okay. And in terms of, you'd made mention of the carbon scrubber that had been placed on site at the company at Carlton Forge. When was the last time you saw that?
I can't recall.
So you're not aware that it's on site at this point in time, or whether it is or is not?
Yeah, I guess at this point in time, I'm not aware if it's there or not.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Camarena.
Mr. Chang, was that carbon filter installed at any time?
Yes, it was. I believe it was installed towards the end of February 2017.
Why? Do you know why?
I believe it was part of an odor mitigation project that Carlton Forge is doing.
Do you know the cost of that?
No, I do not.
Do you know why it was installed on that particular piece of equipment?
No, I do not.
Do you know why it was, do you know if there's a need, well, let me back up. Do you know how effective that piece of equipment is?
I believe that after the installment of that carbon bed scrubber, the following week or two after that, we received less complaints. I'm not too sure if it's coincidental or if it's exactly because of that. So I can't really say for that.
Do you know if there's any plans to install similar piece of equipment on other similar sources?
Yes, I believe after talking with the employees at Carlton Forge, like I said, it was a project that they're doing. I guess if it's effective, then they will move on to installing carbon bed scrubbers.
It's been installed since February. This is July. That's, what, 5 months? So that evaluation has not been completed?
I'm not too sure of the results of that evaluation.
The petition, or rather I'm looking now at the stipulated proposed order. Madam Chair, have this item been marked as an exhibit?
No, thank you for that. Let's mark it, since we've already marked 1 through 4. Let us mark it as Exhibit 5. The stipulated proposed order for abatement and findings and decision of the hearing board is marked as Exhibit 5.
Mr. Chang, on the second page of Exhibit 5 at line 18, talks about District Rule 1430M. And do you know when that was adopted?
I believe the 1430 was adopted on March 3rd, 2017.
Has Carlton Forge been notified by the district of 4 confirmed odor complaints pursuant to that rule?
Yes, they have.
When?
I believe it was in April 2017. A notice to comply was issued to the facility.
Notices to comply generally have a required compliance date. What was the compliance date requested on that?
Usually the compliance date is 2 weeks after from the date of the issuance of the notice to comply. So I'm not too sure on exactly the date, but it would be 2 weeks after that issuance date.
Did you issue the notice to comply?
Yes, I did.
But you don't know what the date is?
I don't have records of that notice to comply date right now, sir.
You don't have a copy of the notice to comply with you?
Not the notice to comply, no.
Is that normally in your file?
Yes.
And you don't have the file with you?
No, not right now.
Page 2 of Exhibit 5, line 21, speaks of District Rule 2012 E2A. Do you know when that rule was last amended?
No, I do not.
Would it be May 6, 2005?
I'm not too sure about that because in regards to that, I'm not the inspector that conducted an inspection in regards to that rule.
Do you know when that inspection was made?
No, I do not.
Do you know how many units are at that facility subject to this particular rule?
Specifically for Rule 2012, I do not.
Is there another witness that can testify to these things?
If the board would like, I can call at a later time the inspector who issued the notice.
I understand that the proposed order is regarding odors and not 2012 E2A, which places limits on or some requirements for NOx emissions. But since it's in the petition and since it may demonstrate how well Carlton has been complying with the regulations. I think I'd like to explore that.
If I may, I wanted to point out paragraph 8 of the stipulated proposed order. I believe, no, sorry, not paragraph 8, excuse me. Sorry, on page 3 and 4, paragraphs 12 through 14, it does discuss respondents' compliance with Rule 2012.
I understand that
Okay.
respondent has been in compliance, is in compliance now,
Correct.
but I'm interested in the history.
Just to follow up to the question in regards to the notice to comply, I believe it's on page 3 of the order. It was corrected at the beginning of the hearing, so the issue date for the notice to comply in regards to order contingency for Rule 1430M is April 27, 2017. So the notice to comply number is right there.
That's when it was issued,
Yes.
but you don't know the date?
Like I said, it's usually 2 weeks after the issue date, so I'm assuming it would have been the 11th of May.
When did you first inspect Carlton Forge?
Let me check back on my notes. I believe it was January 24th when I was responding to an odor complaint.
Of this year?
Yes.
So there have been other inspectors that have made odor complaint inspections?
Yes.
Okay. I have no other questions.
I have a question, Mr. Chang. I wanted to go back to exhibit number 2, which I understand is the inside of the grinding room. Is that correct?
Sorry, which one is that one? Yes, that would be the inside of the grinding room at Carlton Forge.
Okay, and that is vented to vacuums, out ducts, and to an air pollution control device. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it should be fully enclosed?
Yes, that building is enclosed.
Okay, so just if you can orient me, on the right-hand side, it seems like there's an opening. Is that an opening to the outside?
Yes, right here, where you're seeing is plastic air strip curtains.
Okay.
That are at the openings where the forklifts can go through for the metallic parts. I'm not too sure when this picture was taken, but they have also installed a tunnel beyond that opening right there with another set of airstrip curtains.
Okay, so it's not completely enclosed by solid walls. There is this area that has strip curtains, a tunnel, a second set of strip curtains.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any other place in the grinding room that similarly is open to air except for strip curtains?
I believe there's other entrances too for employees to come in and out of, but as to how many exactly, I'm not aware of.
And to your knowledge, is that allowed under district rules?
Yes.
Okay. Condition number 4 in the proposed stipulated order, exhibit number 5. I'm trying to understand what the requirement is here. So I wanted to get your understanding. The requirement, as I read it, is that respondent shall evaluate the feasibility. That's one part of the requirement. The second is to provide said evaluation and a timeline for installation. But there is no actual requirement of installation as I read it. Is it your understanding, based on your knowledge, that there in fact are additional controls that should be feasible to be used for these operations?
Well, prior to when 1430 was adopted on March 3rd, 2017, there weren't any requirements for them to enclose their grinding operations. After 1430 got adopted in March 3rd, 2017, the rule gave the facilities, depending on the facility and whether or not they already had a enclosure, time to create that enclosure for their grinding operation. So like I said, before March 3rd, usually upon going to these facilities, they do not, this facility, they didn't exactly meet the rules of 1430 for the total enclosure, but then afterwards they did.
Well, that's a different question, but on that, how did they, after March 3rd, meet the enclosure requirements, whereas they had not before? There were no requirements, but...
I believe they made sure that the building was fully enclosed without any openings on the walls to make sure that the plastic strip curtains were in place for the ingress and egress of the building.
Okay, so am I to understand that, to your knowledge, those strip curtains were not in place?
They were in place before too, but I believe in the past, before March 3rd, they were gaps in between.
Gaps like we're seeing in Exhibit 2, or
Yes.
other gaps?
Yes.
So the gap that we see in Exhibit 2, as of March 3rd, would not be allowed under the rule?
Well, it's still under the rule, actually. The rule states that if there are openings where operations are required for say the forklifts to go in and out of, they can install plastic airstrip curtains or roll-up doors at those entry points to kind of limit the amount of odors.
Okay, so no matter what the state of the plastic strip curtains, or regardless of the gaps, as long as there are plastic strip curtains, that is? Okay. Okay, but I guess the only question I still had is, what was the difference? There were no strip curtains, or there were strip curtains? Because
yes.
your statement was, after March 3rd, they were in compliance with that enclosure.
Well, see, I believe they were in compliance as well in regards to 1430 for the total enclosure before March 3rd as well.
Okay.
But if I remember correctly, I remember there were more significant gaps in the airstrip curtains, whereas actual strip curtains were missing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now back to the question I had. Maybe let me try to be as clear as I can. The question is with regard to condition number 4 on page 5, which is the evaluation of the feasibility of additional controls on all grind building bag houses. So the question is the district aware that there are such feasible controls that exist? To your knowledge?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
That, yes, there are such.
Yes.
Okay. So is the intent, to your knowledge, of number 4 to require that some additional controls be placed on the bag houses?
Yes.
Okay. So that would have to be reworded to my, okay. Okay, you testified with regard to the NOV that was issued on June 8th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how many other NOVs did you issue?
I have a total of 8 NOVs.
8 NOVs. Could you tell us a little bit more about, well, first of all, let's start with the June 8th. What time of day were the complaints that you verified?
So what time I actually met with the complainants to verify the complaints?
Yes.
Okay. Give me 1 second, let me pull that up.
And if you have the information of what time the complaints were made, that would also be helpful, but verification in particular.
I'll try my best. So in regards to the June 8th notice of violation, I confirmed odors at 10:34 a.m. with one of the complainants. That odor complaint was received at 8 a.m. that day. Another confirmation with the complainant was at 11:20 a.m. That was received at 10:54 a.m. on the same day. At around 4:20 p.m., it was at 4:26 p.m., I confirmed with another complainant, and that complaint was received at 4:06 p.m. For another complaint, I confirmed with the complainant at 4:42 p.m. That complaint was received at 3:54 p.m. Another one was confirmed at between 4:51 p.m. to 4:52 p.m. That complaint was received at 4:44 p.m.
Thank you, and for and is that it? Or are there
There's
more?
one more.
Okay, sorry.
One more at 5:20 p.m. I confirmed with the complainant. That complaint was received at 4 o'clock p.m.
Okay, and for each one of these complaints that you verified, you follow those procedures and traced it back to Carlton Forge?
Yes.
Okay, not to a facility that is southwest of, a different facility southwest of the school, but to Carlton Forge?
To Carlton Forge, yes.
Okay. What other, can you tell us another date on which you issued an NOV?
Another date would be April. April 6th.
Okay, and if you can give us also time ranges, that would
Okay.
be helpful.
All right. Let me see. I confirmed odors with 2 complainants at 4:46 and 4:47 p.m. Confirmed another one at 4:56 p.m. Another one was confirmed at 4:59 p.m.
I'm sorry, what was that time?
4:59 p.m.
Thank you. Yes.
Why don't you just make a copy and just give it to everybody? He's reading from a copy.
That would actually be helpful. Thank you,
Yeah.
Senator. Is that possible? Or is this his work product and?
Well, he does have handwritten notes on this report. If we could provide the hearing board with a clean copy at a later point in time, would that be doable?
It would be, however, the times are important to this board based on the proposed order.
The typewritten copy has the times on it.
What later time would that be?
These have the complainant information on there too. So
so.
We also would need to redact certain information on this, but we could provide this to you by the beginning of at the next hearing date.
Okay, and would Mr. Chang be available to answer questions at the next hearing date?
Yes. Did you want me to finish with this specific one?
I would, and then I'm going to ask some general questions and see if you can answer those.
Okay. Can you tell me which one was the last one I told you?
459 confirmed.
Okay, 459 confirmed. Another 3 complaints were confirmed at 5:10 p.m.
And is that all?
That's it for that one.
Okay. Can you tell us the dates of your other 6 NOVs?
Yes. First one was, okay, so the first one was January 24th, 2017. Second one was January 26th. Apologize, let me recheck that. Here we go, this one's better. Okay, first one was, so you're asking in particular about the violation date or the issue date of the notice of violation?
The violation date.
Violation date, okay. First date was January 24th, 2017. Second one was January 26th, 2017. February 2nd, February 16th, March 24th, April 6th. Sorry. So going back to March 24th, April 6th, April 7th, and June 8th. And these are all 2017.
Okay. I'll have more specific questions when we have the times, but to your recollection, were most of the complaints that you verified between a 2-hour window of 3 and 5?
I believe the majority of them, yes.
Okay. To your recollection, NOVs are only issued if 6 complaints are verified, is that correct?
Yes, that's the general rule of thumb. This between 6 to 10 complainants from different households.
Okay. Have there been times, other than the 8 dates that you issued NOVs, where you verified complaints, but not to the extent of 6 requiring an NOV?
Yes.
And do you recall times of day for those, or?
I believe specifically the first one, the NOV that was issued on January 24th, 2017.
Sorry, what about that?
And let me see if there are other ones. At this point, that's the only one that I remember that was less than 6 complainants.
Oh, I was asking, my question was, have you not issued an NOV but had less than the requisite number of complainants or complaints and did verify some complaints?
Oh, yes, I have.
And did that occur more than once?
Yes.
More than 5 or 10 times?
I would say, so odors were verified, but no NOV issued, correct?
Yes.
That was over 60 times, starting from December 2016 to July 11th, 2017.
And is it possible that you recollect whether or not they also fell within this 3 to 5 window or throughout the day?
Yes, I believe a majority of the complaints come in within a 2 to 3 hour window.
2 to 3 hour window. If you were to give us a 3 hour, well, you know what, we're going to get the actual times. We'll also request if we could not only get the NOV records, but the records of other verified complaints.
We're intending through another witness to provide summaries of at least the dates of the NOVs, and also another witness, a meteorologist, is going to provide information on wind data and also has graphed when the complaints come in, and it will give the number of occurrences of odor observations. So it'll show you on a bar graph when the district receives the most odor complaints and occurrences.
Okay. One other question. Given your experience inspecting or going to the facility and seeing its, and if you don't know the answer, you can tell me. If we issued an order that prohibited certain operations in a 2-hour window, is it your opinion that those operations would simply take place at a different window?
You're asking if we would receive complaints at a different time frame other than
Well, I don't know if you would, that would be speculation, but do you know the way, well, you know what, I'm going to ask when we have somebody from Carlton Forge. I was just wondering if you knew how the operations worked, and if we issue an order that says that they shall not operate during a 2-hour window, that those operations would not just simply be moved to another time of day. And if you don't know, you don't.
I'm not too sure.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Ms. Byrd?
I'm not sure if you're the witness for this, but as I look at page 5 of the order, there are a lot of dates, some of which are 45 days, within 45 days of the decision. And I don't know if you had any input on this, but can you tell me why it would take 45 days, for instance, for number 4 or number 3? Yes.
No, in regards to that, I didn't really have input on that.
Okay. And have you looked at the order for the conditions?
Yes, I have.
So if you were to look at the order for the conditions, would you have any input on whether or not some of these things would be taking place simultaneously and would not necessarily be 30 days and 45 days and 40, you know what I'm saying? If you don't know, I can ask someone else. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, that I wouldn't be too sure of.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Senator?
Mr. Chang, you didn't write the order, did you?
No, I did not.
All right, then that says it all. Let me just say to you that, how long have you been an inspector? Yeah.
At South Coast Air Quality Management District.
And how long was the training period of time for the training?
If I recall, I believe it was 2 to 3 months.
3 months. What are your prior experience that would qualify you to perform this function?
I was an inspector for LA County Public Health, Environmental Health as an inspector for almost 4 years.
And prior to that?
Prior to that, I was working at the airport for China Airlines for import and export.
During your training program prior to coming here and since you've been with the AQMD, were you required to know and when a rule or was approved by the district, adopted?
Yes, I believe so, especially when it pertains to the inspections that we're doing. In this case, say Rule 1430, when it was adopted on March 3rd, I was required to know about the rule procedures.
To know about it, but not to know when it was adopted?
No, I guess not.
Right. What about 2012? I think you were asked that before. When was the rule adopted?
Oh, yeah, I did not know about that.
Well, you're not required to know it. Well, then what are you required to know when there's a violation of the rules that have been adopted by the district?
Well, upon doing inspections of...
Based on the complaint and inspection, you are required to know when the rules have been violated. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, fine.
Specifically for Rule 2012, it doesn't really pertain to odor complaints, to the best of my knowledge.
That's just doing your job. Okay. Now, when I look at this map here, I think is this Exhibit 4, I'm not sure. Where the school is located and also the Carlton Forge. Is there any other company between the school district, the school, and Carlton Forge that's performing the same function?
No, not exactly in the same function.
Nothing in between?
Not exactly in the same function, no.
Exactly. Tell me what it is then.
Well, I'm sorry, can you re-ask that question again?
The work that is done at Carlton Forge, you explained that already, right?
Yes.
Is there another company performing the same type of function or operation between Carlton Forge and the school?
To my knowledge, no.
So therefore, when you inspect a complaint, then when you verify it, you're pretty certain, or you're certain that that source of the complaint is from Carlton Forge?
Yes, usually when I issue a notice of violations, I'm pretty confident that the orders are coming from that specific source.
And the school, east-west, look, I can't tell east or west from this, but the school is east of.
Yes, the school is east of Carlton Forge.
Right. So if you were here earlier today, then you heard most of the complaints was about wind blowing from west to east.
Correct. Usually prevalent winds are blowing from the west to the east, and sometimes from the southwest, but prevalently from the west.
Right. Okay. So those complaints are understandable, apparently, according to this map, and the way they are situated, the various positions of the school and the plant, and the way the wind blows. The people who register complaints in that area, juxtaposed to next to the school in Carlton Forge, did you document the address and location where the complaints were being made, registered?
Yes, I did document that.
Well, if you're going to provide a profile to the hearing board, subsequent, indicating when the complaints were made, when the NOVs were issued, then you don't have to leave the name and address, but give us a specific location that could be helpful to me, at least anyway.
Okay.
Please don't, in a public document, place the address specifically.
Yes.
Any other questions? Mr. Camarena?
Yeah, I have a few more. Mr. Chang, do you enter the plant each time you make a odor inspection?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Each time you respond to an odor complaint, do you also enter the plant?
No, not every time.
Okay, so you've entered it a few times. How many times?
I don't have that exact number off the top of my head. I would say
more than two?
Just estimating maybe over 20 times.
Okay, so you're well familiar with the plant. As a result of your inspection of the plant, do you have an idea of where within the plant or what activity within the plant results in the odor that people complain about?
Yes, specifically the grinding operation inside the grinding room.
And they grind metal products?
Correct.
With the grinding wheel?
Yes.
Do you know the composition of the grinding wheel?
That I do not.
It's not a solid metal wheel, is it?
I'm not sure about that, sir.
You have, let's see, in response to complaints, apparently Carlton Forge has done some things to prevent odors from escaping the facility. Do you know if they've looked into odor prevention in addition to odor control?
I'm not getting at the difference between odor control and odor prevention.
Odor prevention is doing something so that no odor is generated.
Mm-hmm.
Odor control is dealing with the odor after it's been created.
I see. So in regards to odor prevention, odor control, I believe, yes. Like I said before, they've constructed that tunnel towards the main entrance of the grinding room, which before had only one set of plastic air strip curtains, and now there's two sets over there. They've also installed the carbon bed scrubber at the north end bag house to deal with the odors as well.
Okay, so those are odor control measures.
Mhm.
Anything to prevent the odor from being...
Prevention, I do not believe so.
Other than the odors, at this time, are you aware of any other emission violation or, of any other emission violation that we should be concerned about? Let me give you an example of the question that there are several other facilities in the city of Paramount that perform a totally different function, different product. The district responded to odor complaints, and in so doing conducted some monitoring and found that there was an issue with hexavalent chromium. Are there any other issues here other than odor?
No, not that I'm aware of.
I have no other questions.
Will there be a witness to talk about the risk assessment that's been raised, and also what possible odor measures could be contemplated in condition 2 of the proposed order?
Currently, the district was not planning on having a health officer speak to the health risk assessment. We're planning on having an investigator who could summarize some of the data and also regarding the complaints, and also a meteorologist who would summarize the wind data and also the complaints. And on that note, I wanted to say, instead of providing the complaint reports, which looking at it more closely, I see may have specific addresses throughout, and in the interest of protecting people's privacy, I think having a map with perhaps, points on the map showing the number of complaints at the certain locations may be more helpful, along with a bar graph of when the district receives complaints. Would that be sufficient?
A bar graph is helpful for times, but I specifically like to have the times.
Oh, the bar graph would have the
number,
times, like
specifically the number.
X number of complaints between the hours of 3 to 4, 4 to 5. So we did do that analysis when we were crafting the proposed order.
Board members, does that sound sufficient for other members?
What is sufficient?
Rather than the complaint log, which would have some personal information, including addresses, to instead produce two things. One being a map with areas where complaints have come from, and the other just circles, not specific addresses, and the second being a bar graph showing the number of complaints at certain time periods of the day.
You mean the area that they come from, like a cluster of complaints? I can go with that.
Okay, so we will have both a map and a bar graph.
Just a cluster.
I assume it would show that if there was such a cluster.
That would be sufficient for me also.
Okay.
To have any more detail would require, more detail would be certainly useful to the district to analyze, but that's not our job. Our job is to determine if the proposed order is sufficient, and I don't think I need that.
I think for me, it would be enough to determine that. Dr. Lerner had some questions.
Mr. Chang, you mentioned earlier the scrubber was installed, but I think you testified that you weren't certain where it was, but I assume it was in the grinding room?
The scrubber was installed outside of the grinding room where the air filtration system, air pollution control device is installed.
Okay, and you said it was installed on 2/10, or, can't read my handwriting, sorry, 2/10 or 2/20, 2017. You can look at your notes, but it's basically in the middle of February. We can just leave it at that. You also said that you thought the complaints had dropped off subsequently. Is that correct? That's what I thought you said. I want you to think about if that, maybe I misheard you.
Yes, after the installation, which I believe was at the end of February for the carbon bed scrubber, I believe for that week or two after that installation, there was a decrease in complaints that we saw.
Okay. If you guys are going, I mean, if the district is going to look at the complaints, what I'd like to know is a graph showing the frequency of complaints over time during this whole period, so we get an idea of what the ebb and flow is, and then you can put in where any odor reduction equipment was put in as an arrow and just indicate it. I think that would give us a very good idea if anything is really working, or we simply have to do more work. We'd just like to know the effectiveness of this. And that's one way of looking at it, just very simply. And you got that data. All you got to do is put it into Excel and you're done. Okay? Thank you.
Senator, did you have another question for Mr. Chang?
On page 3, number 10, line 9, says you are familiar with this document, and you said the respondent has taken measures to minimize potential to emit odor, including ceasing all outdoor grinding. Yes, and sealing of the grind building. What do you mean? What's going on there?
In regards to the outdoor grinding, I'm not too sure about that. From the very beginning, when I first visited the facility, they've always had a grinding operation indoors inside the building. I've never observed outdoor grinding at their facility. I believe sealing of the building, that might be referring to, I'm guessing, patching up of any deficiencies within the walls or installing the missing plastic airstrip curtains. Reconfiguring grind operations, I believe they're talking about actually moving around the grinding stations, individual grinding stations within the grinding rooms. Or it might be referring to the actual movement of the suction systems at the ceiling of the grinding room.
Right. You stated that the respondent took some measures to reduce the emission of the odor, and in February things seem to have gotten better. Is that what you said?
Yeah, in February specifically for the
Go ahead
carbon
and
bed
read
scrubber.
number 11 on page 13. It says the district believes that these measures were insufficient to abate the nuisance and that the odor nuisance persists. And you wrote notice of violation on May 25th, May 31st, June 8th, and so on. So apparently not too much has been accomplished based on what's written here. Which is correct. What you're saying took place in February, or what's written here in this document?
Well, like I said, back in February, and specifically for the carbon bed scrubber, we did see a decrease in the number of complaints following the 1 or 2 weeks. But I believe there were still complaints ongoing throughout that time period, even up until now. I'm not sure if the numbers have decreased or increased compared to back in February, but I know that we still do get complaints in that general area. And
Were you the inspector who wrote the notice of violation on May 25th, May 31st, and June 8th?
no, not for May 31st. That was another inspector. I was the inspector for June 8th, though.
25th and the 31st, you wrote those.
25th and 31st of May, I was not the inspector for that notice of violation.
What about June 8th?
June 8th, I was. That was the last notice of violation served to Carlton Forge.
All after February.
Correct.
So things were still happening over there. They constitute a nuisance, apparently.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Camarena.
Mr. Chang, on page 3 of Exhibit 2, paragraph 10 describes a number of things that measures the respondent has taken to minimize potential to emit odors. Do you know if at this point the building is under negative pressure?
Yes, to my knowledge, it is under negative pressure.
And how have you determined that?
Just by observance of the air pollution control devices located outside of the building, as well as the filtration system, or the suction points at the top of at the ceiling inside the grinding room, and as well as the localized vacuum system at each grinding station, and also from consulting employees who have stated that they have a negative pressure for that enclosure.
See, you described a number of items that might tend to produce negative pressure, but have you actually observed something that tells you that indeed it is under negative pressure? For example, those curtains moving inwards.
Just by visually looking at the curtains, they've moved back and forth, so I wouldn't say I'm able to visually see that. And no, I haven't used any equipment or anything like that to actually measure the, say, in-draft velocity or anything like that.
So based on what they have, you're assuming that there is negative pressure,
Yes.
but not determined that that's a fact.
I believe at one time when I visited Carlton Forge, one of the environmental manager, when I was doing a walkthrough at the grinding room, he did show that there was an anemometer. He had an anemometer with measuring the in-draft velocity at the openings to that grinding room where the plastic script curtains were. And it did show that it was an in-draft velocity. It was under negative pressure. But that was their equipment, not mine.
And you've checked that each time you go in?
No, not every time.
Senator.
If this is the issue to be continued, I'd like to see the notice of violations written by the other inspectors. I thought you were the only one inspecting that facility, that plant.
No, there's a total of 18 notice of violations. 18 notice of violations, 17 of which are for public nuisance. I've issued 8 of them. 5 of them have been issued by another inspector, 2 of them by a third inspector, and 2 of them by a fourth inspector.
So if this is going to be continued, I'd like to see those notices of violation. And also like to see the permit, so I know what they're violating. We don't have a copy of the permit.
The violations that are alleged are not in the permit. The violations alleged are of Rule 402 of the district and the Health and Safety Code for nuisance. Yes, Dr. Lerner has another question.
When you want to confirm a nuisance odor, you went back to the factory, is that correct?
Yes, usually after confirming with the complainant.
Yes. So you went back and you walked around, you not always went in, is that correct?
Correct. I usually go in.
When you walked around, where the 8 of them that you did, where was it most likely that you smelled the odor? Or was it just every place you walked around the building, you found it? Can you help me out with that?
Yeah, sure. If I may, can I use this to represent?
Yep,
Show you
please.
guys. So as you know, Carlton Forge is right here. Usually when I do odor surveillance and I detect the metallic odors, I detect it right here, which is between gates 8 and 7 right there, I believe. So usually right here when I'm doing surveillance outside of Carlton Forge, that's where I detect it right there, in between gates 7 and 8 right here, and then also at gates 6 and 7 right here. At times I might detect it at Vermont and Adams, but usually that's less frequently. But the majority of the odors are directly downwind of the grinding room right there, which is right here.
Are those curtains, the plastic curtains that we've been talking about, can you point to where they might be on that? I know you can't get much detail because this is not a detailed photograph, but just get an idea of where they might be.
I believe they're right there.
So that they would, if the odor came out there, it would have to go around the corner and then out where you would pick it up.
Yes, possibly. There's also 3 stacks right here. I'm not too sure how high they are, but definitely, I believe, over 70 feet. There's 3 stacks right there that the bag houses are venting to. So that might be possibly areas where the odors are being emitted as well too.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Chang? Seeing none, I'm looking at the time, Ms. Sue, and I'm wondering if your next witness is here and how long you estimate for your next witness's testimony.
I think it would maybe best if we have the next witness the next time we return.
Let's talk about continuance date. Unfortunately, 2 members of this board are out for most of next week, and I would like to have the full board present for this matter. So the next time we could hear this case would be July 25th, which is a Tuesday, and I would ask if that works for the parties.
Yes, that should work.
Okay. Tuesday. I don't think a case of this magnitude should switch back and forth. This case isn't, well, we are, what's that? Wednesday is taken. So Wednesday of that week is taken, so Tuesday would be the next, and I would like to hear it on the next possible day. I have a feeling it might take longer than, I have a feeling it might take longer than 2 days. I think it'll be, I think it will then be, no, I think it'll be Tuesday and Thursday. And in fact, I should ask if the parties are also available on Thursday, the 27th, in case this does not finish. We have another case on the 26th.
Could you give me a moment? I would like to call my witnesses to make sure they're available on those 2 dates.
Why don't we do that? Why don't we take 10 minutes and reconvene it, or a little less than 10 minutes. Let's reconvene at 3:30.
Okay. And it'll be,
Unless you haven't reached them, in which case let us know.
okay, so July 25th and the 27th are the 2 dates that should confirm?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
thank you.
Okay, we're off the record. Okay, we're back on the record. Ms. Sue?
Our witnesses, our two remaining witnesses, I plan to call an inspector and a meteorologist, are available on July 25th. As for the 27th, so hopefully both our witnesses would be able to finish on the date. On the 27th, I wasn't able to confirm that date with the meteorologist.
And Mr. Wood, are you and your witnesses available?
Our witnesses are available on both days.
Thank you. Okay, we will continue this hearing to the 25th of July, which is a Tuesday. In the meantime, there's a couple of things I wanted to go over. First of all, I assume we will have the documents that were talked about today, the bar graph with regard to the times and dates of complaints, and the map with regard to the placement of complainants. And the senator had requested a copy of the NOVs. I assume we can get those as well. I'd like to ask Mr. Chang if, for the next hearing, if you could make sure to bring your file so that if we have other questions outside of what you have with you, we could get those answered as well. Also, I would like to have, if possible, a witness that could potentially speak to what types of odor measures may be contemplated as being feasible in the odor, I don't have it in front of me, whatever it's called, plan that is called for, so that I can better evaluate. Is that something that we can do?
I need to think about that a little bit further in terms of who may be the best witness for that.
Okay.
So that's why I'm hesitating, because I'm trying to, and I also don't know everyone's schedule at this point. But I do understand your question and your desire to have a witness to speak on those issues.
Thank you. And I wanted to reiterate a desire also to hear from someone who could briefly address any risk assessment and monitoring. And the reason why I ask that is, again, I understand that the case is about odor. However, the odor has been described as metallic, and also we've heard a lot from people in the community complaining of health ailments. So, to assess the strength of the proposed order, I would also, if possible, like to have a witness on that.
Could I bring up a housekeeping matter? I know there was a subpoena that was issued by the hearing board, and today was the deadline for the district to produce the remaining documents. I spoke to Mr. Wood about it. Due to technical difficulties, we won't be able to produce the remaining documents today, but I conferred with him by Friday of next week. I think that's July 21st. We believe that's possible, and I just wanted to see if we could amend the subpoena to reflect that July 21st new deadline.
Is that
No
okay?
objection.
No objection. So then, yes, we will amend the subpoena to have, I think it was July 12th, but to have as July 21st as the new date. And Dr. Lerner wanted to say something.
If this is out of turn, please stop me. I just want to ask the witness one more question. Is that
Oh, well,
closed?
it is closed for the day, but if it's something that, I mean, this witness will be back,
One quick question.
but we could before we end, we could open it back up again for one quick question. But let me just make sure we go over everything. I wanted to let people in the community know that every day that this hearing board is in session and has hearings, members of the public are invited to give public testimony. However, I wanted to just be clear that we want to move this case along as quickly as is possible. So we're going to try to limit public testimony to those who have not testified, and for those who have testified, to new information that is raised that individuals wish to address on future dates. So with that said, let's just, if it's okay with it. Oh, Ms. Bird had another housekeeping matter.
I just had a comment, and with the idea that not knowing how long this may take to resolve and reach into this order, I think I asked a question of the witness, the district's witness, about times, and I just wanted to whenever a witness comes back, if they could say why 45 days is needed, or just briefly, if you can explain that. If it's not this witness, hopefully there will be someone.
I understand your concern.
If there are no other matters, and if the board is okay with opening for one more question, will we open and let Dr. Lerner ask Mr. Chang one more question?
You mentioned in your testimony when I was asking those questions about the origin of the odor at the factory, you said it could come from the stacks. How would one evaluate that? I don't have any idea. I mean, other than climbing up there. I mean, is there a device that that would allow you to actually assess whether there is a major odor at a time when there's an odor complaint? Is it in the stack? Is it coming from the stack?
That I wouldn't be able to confirm. That stack is relatively high. It would probably require a man lift to get up there to detect any odors that are up there.
Okay. Is it not your opinion, but is it your impression that this is an unlikely source since it is so high? That was my impression.
Yes, I believe that it might be a possible source and why we're getting odor complaints, maybe possibly at Lincoln Elementary, and that's why the odors are traveling
Okay,
that far.
let me ask one last question. If you had a likelihood, out of 100% likelihood, 50%, 40%, 60%, what do you think? I mean, I don't know, I'm a doctor, I'm asking you.
Doctor, you're asking the witness to speculate.
Yes,
I know you said,
I
that's
know.
exactly what you're doing,
I
but
like
that's
him to
not,
speculate.
I appreciate
Ms.
the
Tillman,
acknowledgement.
is that an objection?
I'm sorry,
Gentle objection.
I would have to sustain
You're not
that.
permitted to ask the witness to speculate.
and so am I. Thank you. I withdraw the question.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we're going to close the hearing, and we're going to adjourn the meeting with a continuance to the 25th. Thank you.
At 9 a.m.?
At 9 a.m. Thank you. But before we continue, is there any member of the public who wishes to be heard on any other matter? Okay, seeing none, we are adjourned for the day. Oh, any other business board members? Okay, seeing none, we are now adjourned.